Good evening, and welcome to this evening's study session. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website at broomfield.org. Members of the public may attend tonight's meeting and future study sessions in person at the George DeSiero City and County Buildings Council Chambers located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through video streaming on Broomfield's website. Our agenda this evening includes 2 concept reviews and 2 study session items. The public may participate in public comment on the concept reviews only, either in person or through our call-in service. Visit our broomfield.org council meetings webpage for step-by-step instructions on how to use the call-in service. Public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 have 2 minutes. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1 minute to speak. Please note that item 2B regarding a property tax presentation will be heard as the first item on this evening's agenda. I apologize to y'all who didn't know that. Our first item this evening provides a presentation regarding property tax. Will staff please come to the podium and share your presentation?
Good evening, Mayor and community and residents. Our Director of Finance was anticipating maybe a dozen people that had interest in property tax. And so when he came down to give the presentation, he looked over at me and said, what's happening right now? So we appreciate your patience as we take this out of order and provide full focus for the presentations that are subsequent to this presentation. With that, Mr. Clark, please introduce the item and walk us through it.
Is an overview of the property tax calculations, the distribution and the calculation methodology that is used for our property taxes. Our property tax bills just went out a couple weeks ago, and most folks have probably gotten them by now at their house. They can sometimes be confusing, and so we're trying to clarify anything that we can tonight. So with that, I'll go ahead and start. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, over the past 5 years, CCOB has taken a hard look at how we manage our finances, starting with the enterprise funds and now the general funds. Those efforts were not just internal exercises. They delivered results, including stronger bond rating and improved audit outcomes. More importantly, they created a disciplined, repeatable financial structure that positions CCOB for fiscal sustainability. At the same time, we brought greater rigor to how we evaluate development, focusing on timing, market realities, and long-term fiscal impact. We have a consistent framework for projecting future development. Tonight's property tax discussion is chapter 1 of a broader intentional discussion. Next month's long-range financial plan update will be chapter 2. These are not isolated conversations. They are sequential discussions that build on one another. Our goal is to provide council and the public with a clear picture of our finances, including what drives our revenue, what is within our control and what is not. Our goal will be to start at a 30,000-foot level on some decisions that the state has made over the last couple of years and end up going down to individual 2026 tax bill that were just, like I mentioned, just sent out last week. Next slide. For the purposes of this study session, the focus is on ensuring council has a clear understanding of the core components of property tax distribution and retained revenue. If we can clearly communicate how valuation, assessment rates, and distribution work at a system level, residents can then layer in their own household variables, such as mortgage or rent, electricity, food, and other expenses that are outside of Broomfield's control. The central takeaway for tonight is this. Broomfield is experiencing a period where residential tax bills are rising while CCOB revenue decreases. School districts receive a majority of the property tax dollars. Assessment rates and valuation methodologies are determined by the state. Commercial property valuations are decreasing and reducing revenue. Understanding these dynamics is critical, not only for council, but also for the community and the transparency. Next slide. Here are the key takeaways we will cover. First, a property tax bill going up does not automatically mean that Broomfield receives more revenue. In fact, it is increasingly likely for residents to see higher tax bill while Broomfield amounts decrease. That distinction is critical as we discuss both public perception and the fiscal reality. The second takeaway is this: property taxes are complex and volatile, and most of the significant drivers are outside of Broomfield's control. Legislative actions at the state level, shifts in the market, decisions made by school districts and metro districts all directly impact what goes on in a property tax bill. Understanding these external pressures is essential when evaluating policy choices and financial expectations. Finally, over the past 4 years, we've built a comprehensive financial model designed to move us away from reactive decision-making. This model captures the cumulative effect of past policy decisions while incorporating forward-looking projections on revenue, development, and service demands. It forms the analytical backbone of the long-range financial plan and ensures that council is making informed decisions. Next slide. Again, property taxes determined by 3 core elements: market valuation, the state-controlled assessment rate, and the mill levy distribution. Valuations fluctuate based on market conditions. In recent cycles, residential valuations have increased while commercial valuations have decreased. Assessment rates are established by the state of Colorado and not locally controlled. Recent state policy changes have reduced local government funding and redirected those amounts to school districts. This, along with reduced commercial valuations, are creating what can only be described as a double whammy for Broomfield's property tax revenue. Property tax is Broomfield's second largest revenue source, and it plays a critical role in funding core services like police, courts, public works, human services, and parks. Yet the current property tax environment is producing a counterintuitive. It's often confusing for residents. Beginning in 2026, so with the bills that we just sent out, we will see a $6.5 million reduction to our budget. And this is now the new base, which we will see each year. Each budget year, we'll have this $6.5 million reduction. We won't talk about it each year, but that's what we're going to see this year and as we start planning for 2027. So this fiscal impact is definitely substantial. Next slide. As we move on to key takeaway number 2, the reduction of $6.5 million in 2026 puts structural pressure on property tax base and makes us more heavily reliant on sales tax and other revenue streams that we get. This reliance introduces additional volatility to our finances. That's because sales tax is very sensitive to the economic cycles. Next slide. Each property tax mill is dedicated to specific service areas. As shown in this graph, the library, HHS, public health, and streets all receive funding tied to designated mills. And each of these will see reductions based on what we just talked about. One of the most visible impacts would be to the 5-year CIP, or the Capital Improvement Program. It's shown fourth on the left here. The CIP determines the number scope and timing of projects that we're able to deliver throughout Broomfield. The CIP list that we come out with each year as part of the budget is not a wish list. It is a rigorously evaluated and a prioritized program with each project score. The critical mandate and obligations that we work with are key. Potential project delays will be reviewed, and it really doesn't allow any more room for new or unprioritized projects. If another new CIP comes along somewhere throughout the process, another one will need to be removed as we've only got a finite number of funds. Next slide. We thought it would be good to see a real world example. And this is City Manager Hoffman's assessed home value. On the right, you can see it's $604,000 is the assessed value. That's slightly below the average median housing value of about $680,000 in Broomfield. For our purposes tonight, I wanted to show where the other funds go. The grand the grand total at the bottom shows you the total overall makeup. That amount increased $550 from the previous year. Of that increase, $550 was to the school district's mill levy adjustments. You can see that located over on the left where it says Adams 12. The city and county's portion of the same bill actually decreased by $50 from last year. So while she experienced an 11% increase overall, the city's retained revenue for property taxes actually went down. This is the essence of the miscommunication that we're trying to clarify. When residential property owners experience a tax bill increasing from 5 to 12%, the amount that CCOB receives is actually decreasing. This understandably creates confusion, and the key is to understand how property tax is distributed. So on the next slide, here you can see the school districts in red. They get over half of the property tax coming in. An additional layer of complexity is how Broomfield was originally developed in its history. Much of Broomfield was built up with metro districts. And while those districts were approved by council, they operate independently. Tracking and continuously updating the hundreds of metro district mill levies, the service areas, and the bond structures would be very taxing. For the 50 metro districts that we have, it would be very complex to do this. Even consolidating the sales tax, the property tax, and the school districts, the fire districts, and the special district assessments into one single accurate household level dashboard presents a lot of significant data management challenges. You can go to the next slide. Next is key takeaway number 3. Past, present, and future council policy decisions, particularly as it relates to land use and zoning, are strong indicators of future revenue potential. As Broomfield evaluates its long-range financial plan, which we're in the process of updating, it is important to recognize that conversations from planned commercial development to nonprofit or residential or affordable housing alter the community's fiscal outlook. Commercial uses typically generate property tax, sales tax, and use tax, while residential generates less diversified revenue. And nonprofit and affordable housing is generally tax exempt and does not produce property sales or use tax due to its legal status. When anticipated land uses do not materialize as we originally projected, those shifts must be incorporated into the long-range financial plan. Staff will continue to evaluate land use conversations and look at the conversions by comparing what we had originally assumed were going to occur in a given area versus what is ultimately realized. And we will continue to clarify and communicate how those changes impact the revenue stability for the city's overall landscape. Next slide. This graphic shows the relationship between the cost of services provided to an average household and the revenue that the household contributes back to CCOB. In recent years, we've expanded this analysis to include not just the cost of services, but also the sales tax revenue generated by residents, which provides a more complete view. Here you can see that the estimated annual cost of services for an average single-family home is about $4,600. You can see that in the middle towards the bottom. While the average revenue generated from this household is about $2,100. The resulting gap of $2,500 there is largely supported by businesses, which produce a significant share of sales tax and a lot of overall economic activity. This dynamic underscores why maintaining a balanced commercial to residential ratio is critical. As land uses shift away from commercial and towards residential or tax-exempt uses, the revenue base narrows. While services needed, they continue to remain. This slide reinforces that policy decisions related to land use and economic development are directly tied to the long-term fiscal sustainability and our community's ability to fund core services. Next slide. As I come to a close on chapter 1, there will be 7 more distinct conversations as we look at Broomfield's finances. We will be before you each month. Next month, Jeff will cover the long-range financial plan, as I mentioned, and each of these chapters build on each other until we adopt the 2027 budget at the very bottom in late October. That concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions regarding property taxes at this time.
Well, thank you very much for that insightful presentation, Mr. Clark. We'll go to council questions next. Does any of my colleagues have any questions regarding the presentation? Councilmember Ward.
I guess I'll go first. I want to go back to slide number, I think it's 10, where we had the picture of the house with the various different colors. Under Public Works, the symbol you use is what looks like a pipe. And I want to be very clear, does this graphic include the cost of services for water, stormwater, and wastewater? Or is that excluded because it's its own enterprise and it should be self-sufficient?
That's correct.
Okay. Maybe change the.
So Public Works in this one has a lot of our sustainability, and we've recently segregated the Public Works from the water utilities. So this is just the Public Works, not the water utility side.
Okay, I just want to make that really clear, and maybe a different picture instead of a pipe would be more like a road would be more appropriate.
No,
Street, something like that. Now, I guess my next question or series of questions that I want to go into, one is a little historical. Has residential property taxes ever in Broomfield's history, in the 50 some odd years we've been a incorporated community, fully paid for the services they want?
Thanks for the question, Councilmember Ward. And the reason I thank you for that question, because it allows me to say I haven't been around for, well, I've been around for 50 plus years, haven't been here. So I can speak for the 27 years that I have been here. And the answer is no for specifically Broomfield. Other communities, it may be closer to what they receive in revenue. Broomfield has 2 world-class rec centers within a stone's throw. Our level of services that our community has come to expect are platinum level. They are superior to other surrounding communities. So for Broomfield, that answer is no, it hasn't paid its way.
Okay. I was only curious because I'm curious how the Gallagher Amendment that was implemented in the 80s impacted that with the ratchet down of residential assessment rates compared to the relatively flat nature of commercial assessment rates. Going on to our conversations this council has had about commercial properties and where they need to go, et cetera. Are all commercial properties the same in that they each bring in a certain amount of revenue, or do certain properties bring in higher amounts of revenue versus others?
The latter. So there are several categories to commercial development. I think if you were to think just from a simplification perspective, the difference in part of what Mr. Graham spoke to was maintaining that ratio. We have communities that if you don't have that broad base, which frankly has driven and allowed Broomfield to have a 40% open space goal. We have more trails than we do paved roads. And part of that long-range financial plan outlook, if you will, is the difference overall between commercial being assessed historically at 29% and residential historically being at 7%. So it's just in the last 3 years of modifications. Our mayor was on the task force for taxes. When you either correct or you overcorrect or you give temporary timeouts. So keeping it simply on the commercial and not getting into the various between retail, light industrial, heavy industrial. Those categories also influence use tax. So the business use tax for what is in those various buildings. So you're going to have some commercial that pays higher use tax and also higher commercial based on what's in it. So again, retail is commercial versus light industrial, also commercial. But the revenue generation is different based on what happens inside of those walls.
Yes, the reason I ask more to go into that, the minutia of commercial, is it seems to be influencing some of the decisions that we make as to what businesses we really are trying to solicit to come into Broomfield. And I think a lot of the businesses that we are trying to solicit to come into Broomfield tend to have employees that come along with them, because businesses need employees to function, tend to have higher wages. Would that be a fair assessment to make?
It would be.
Okay. And because of those higher wages, they can afford a pricier home. And they're I won't say likely, but I would probably say more often than not, they probably want to live closer, probably particularly in Broomfield. There's a reason the business is coming to Broomfield, which means that they are part of the reason we're able to drive up housing prices, because they're able to outbid others who either are seniors on fixed incomes, who are fully retired, or even your school teachers, bus operators, firefighters, et cetera. Would that be a fair assessment to make? That
I don't think I'm going to comment on the
Okay.
last part.
That's fine. Um, but I say that because they are part of that problem, of the reason we're seeing increase in housing prices, along with the fact we haven't been building enough over the past 20 some odd years. And that also means they are looking probably for the platinum level services as well. I would say the people that are coming into Broomfield are coming here because of the services we offer, because of the open space, because of everything else. Is that a fair assessment?
I think that's a fair assessment, particularly in light of being rated the #1 livable community in the West.
Okay. Now, continuing on with that, the need for higher levels of service, the need for, or the ability for those individuals to pay for homes that are in Broomfield that do end up pushing out people and I won't say our inability, but given our financial model, housing costs us money. We have from a on the books financial perspective, a disincentive to push for a lot more housing by converting properties from a commercial designation to a residential designation.
I think it would be fair to, I'm not sure where you want me to go with this.
I just want you to answer.
We have 34 square miles. We are nearing 80% build out. What is left to be developed should be developed with intentional, thoughtful, data-driven decisions.
Your time's expired.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me follow up on Councilmember Ward's line of thinking, I think. To Mr. Clark, I know you've threatened me with 10 more meetings on this subject, but I'm hoping that among those meetings that we will address what Councilmember Ward was talking about is the dual pressure we have to build more houses, but we need more commercial to meet your goals. So we have hundreds of homes already platted and approved, mostly in baseline. Are you looking at the trajectory of when those are built? How much more commercial do we need to pay for them? And two, we've had couple concept hearings recently where builders wanted to switch commercial or industrial property to residential. Are you suggesting our policy should be just flat out no going forward?
No, I think there's a lot to those decisions, and I wouldn't say no. It's just that you just have to be aware of the financial implications of those. To your first question, yes, in the long-range financial plan, we are looking at some of the work up there at baseline when it comes in, what sales tax and commercial opportunities there are up there. And so that's something that Jeff will be talking in more detail in the next month's meeting, which is the long-range financial plan. But we do look out 30 years on that, and we look at all the undeveloped areas. And we've had different iterations of this, and so we have seen different areas that gets converted to different zoning areas, and it just has financial implications to it. And so we try and put that in our model. And the $6.5 million decrease definitely inhibits our ability to just say yes to anything. We do need to be intentional, like City Manager Hoffman mentioned. So as we start talking about those undeveloped areas, I think we just need to be ready to ask hard questions about if that's really what's best for the community.
Follow up real quickly. We have a fair amount of empty flex space. Do you anticipate if that was occupied, that would make a difference, or that kind of development going forward would be helpful?
It's really tough to say. It depends on what goes in there. Like City Manager Hoffman mentioned, if it's got a lot of computers or big machines that go in there, that has a big impact on our use tax. And that is a lot of revenue that's generated. And that's more cyclical in nature. And so it could come up every 4 or 5 years. Some of that equipment needs to be, replaced, and that helps financially. But it really just depends on what goes in there.
The data center's good.
It,
Okay.
maybe not from a water perspective,
I
but
was
from
gonna
a financial perspective, it is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Cohen, just to add, along the same lines of Councilmember Ward's questions, oftentimes when you hear diversified revenue, that means raising taxes. And what we have found beneficial over the last 4 years has been, how do we capture and capitalize the use tax portion, knowing that there isn't a lot that we can do other than the business development agreements for the property tax, business development agreements for the sales tax. To what degree do we incentivize businesses to come here? There's certain businesses that we would not incentivize to come here. But when we do look at that category, that totality of circumstances, when we look at the cumulative effect, particularly of that use tax, that has driven, to Councilmember Ward's point, when we go out and we seek quantum computing and what that magnet does for Sim Street. It is in fact a hub, and it does catapult us into a different category of that use tax than just crossing our fingers and hoping that they bring employees. Equally important is, again, what goes into those businesses. But whether or not the flex space is empty, the percentage of property tax is significantly higher than if it wasn't there.
Is that all, Councilmember? Next is Mayor Pro Tem Lim, who is joining us remotely.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple questions. First, just a detail on slide 4, where it's the property tax slide as the percentage. Not unless I missed it, I didn't see a date on that slide. Is that slide representing last year's financial distribution of revenue? Yeah, it doesn't have I still don't see the date. So is that last year's distribution of revenue? Is that what's projected for 26? Could you answer that
Yeah,
first?
Thanks for the question. It's projected for 2026. So it's a 2026 budget.
Okay, so that's projected. Okay. Could, as residents, this is meant to be partly to inform residents to have a better understanding of their property tax bill too. So as residents look forward to subsequent years, could you explain the role of assessment by the state and when that will occur, and how that might impact future individual residents' tax bills?
Yeah, in terms of the assessment and the timing, I would ask our assessor, Jay, to come on up and address that question.
And Councilmember Lim, as the assessor makes his way down to the podium, that's one of the difficulties when we are calculating 26, 27, and 28, because property taxes are paid a year in arrears. And when the legislature, we always tease that no one is safe when the legislature's in session. And the last 2 years are indicative of that, because a lot of these assessment rates were temporary. And so when they kick back in, it's a significant difference from our calculations, as well as our ability to clearly communicate when those do impact and take effect. So residential will go back up in 2027, but for 2026, Mr. Yamashita, if you could clarify what the timing is on when that information is released, please. And perhaps a little information on why it was delayed this year due to the complexity between the school districts and residential, and the variances of those two individual property taxes now as reflected in the personal property tax bill.
Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Jay Yamashita, Assessor. So with the assessment rates, we know what the assessment, or we have a rough idea what assessments rates are going to do through 2027, and that's just what the legislators have done last year. They have all this in place. So, you know, the big thing that happened this year was the fact that previously we had a $50,000 actual value adjustment prior year. This year that went away. So that would be indicative of why taxes may have increased, may have. So as far as assessment rates go, sorry. Hold on, let me get up my slide. My apologies. As far as assessment rates go, though, like I said, we can only do what the legislators have indicated for us to do from the assessment perspective. So as I stated earlier, with the assessment rates that are in place currently, so for 2026, we know that the residential for schools is either going to be 7.05 or 6.95%. And unfortunately, through legislation, and this is going to be the confusing part, is they created a different assessment rate for schools and local government. So what happened with our department, it became very hard to explain to the general public of how the tax notices work because of what the legislature did. So going back to that again, the reason why I think the tax notices probably went up this year was because of the $50,000 adjustment that went away. That is to come, so in 2026, that is supposed to come back, except for it's going to be 10% of the first $700,000 in value. So if you have a house that's worth $700,000, you can see $70,000 coming off your actual value for next year. And then the only thing we don't know is what the assessment rate's going to do. Assessment rate could go up. That's the case. Who knows what's going to happen as far as based on even with the adjustment, what's going to happen with tax notices per se. As indicated by, I'm trying to think here, Manager Hoffman, is the fact that we don't know what's going to happen. Legislators are going to, as we know, what they've done in the past, we're all waiting. And unfortunately, what did happen was why tax notices were late is because we couldn't get the software company to get through the processes of what the legislators wanted them to do in enough time for us to pass the tax roll off to the treasurer. So that was part of what delayed some of this, was because we couldn't get the software up to where we needed it so that we could balance.
Mr. Yamashita, when do we see, when does the assessor know the valuations? What time during the year does that occur?
We know in May of every year, and that's always in the odd numbered year, we revalue. In the even numbered years, the values will always typically stay the same unless you improve or do something detrimental to the property, which would reduce the value. But typically, everybody for this year, if you don't do anything to your home, your value stayed exactly as the same as it did for 2025.
Mayor Pro Tem Lim, back to you.
Yes, thank you. That was obviously, that's the nitty gritty details of everything, but I think that kind of complexity and volatility could be interesting for those who wish to try to guess what's ahead in the future for their property taxes and see that it's not quite black and white. So I guess we'll get it more into when we look at the reduction of 6.5 million in property taxes. I guess when we get to the long range financial plan, where will we hear more about if we expect there to be any increase in our sales tax revenue to make up that difference, or is that come next month or some other time? Thanks.
It'll come next month, Councilmember Lim. When we look at all of the various components of the long-range financial plan, council and the community will remember that historically, we updated the long-range financial plan every couple of years. We know post-COVID that things change within not only 12 months, but 6 months, 3 months. So staff has been developing a very robust model. I don't want to say it's plug and play. It's a little more complicated than that, but it has various elements that include the development pipeline, permits, water, where we are with regards to retail. And again, the juxtaposition between being very healthy from a sales tax perspective, but there continues to be a delta between property tax and retail. That retail, Broomfield will not see that delta. We'll see it close, but it's not going to offset. The retail isn't going to offset that. And if you remember, Mayor Pro Tem, last year, in anticipation of the 6.5 million, we are not one of the communities that are solving as we're running. We anticipated this occurring. So our 2026 budget was based on a $6.5 million reduction. We're simply saying that that is the new base as we go into 2027. So it's much like the state's structural deficit. You can't get out of a structural deficit by throwing more money at it or increasing the funds in order to get out of it. You have to make structural changes. We're confident that we have made those structural changes and maintaining the current service level. How sustainable that is, we'll discover that as we lay out the next 8 chapters, which will be as enthralling as this one, I assure you. Through October and the budget adoption.
Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you very much. Next is Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. I'm wondering if we go back to Manager Hoffman's property tax bill and we see the net levy of 115.56, blah, blah, blah. How different is that across Broomfield? I mean, I know that net, depending on what school district you're in, you know, wherever you are, it's very different. What is the range that individual, you know, I'm just to compare here, apples to apples, single family homes, what is the variance of that net levy?
Mr. Clerk, I'm going to ask Mr. Romine to come up. We had this exact conversation just to not only to personalize it, but to see what that delta would be if you are my neighbor and you live in a different school district. So again, while it's too complex, we have 6 different school districts in Broomfield. And so it's not just the school districts. That would only be giving you a piece of that information and knowledge. You'd have to look at your home and the litany of lines there from metro districts. So where I live, the school districts has a higher mill levy, but I don't have a lot of metro districts. So that range would be exponentially higher if you were in my school district and had metro districts. So Jeff, do you want to, I don't want to say it was like a $2,000 delta between being in a different school district. I don't want to name the school district.
Sure.
Mr. Romine.
So Mayor Pro Tem, council members, the range of mills, and that's really what you're talking about, is what is that tax rate, which is also referred to as the mill rate. It ranges from roughly 100 mills would be the lowest level, which would be the least or lowest level of mills for a school district, because the fire district, as you'll see North Metro and you see Broomfield, those stay the same no matter where you are in Broomfield. So really the variance will come from the school. And then the other is the metro districts, and metropolitan districts are special districts, but they do come on your tax bill. Ms. Hoffman does not live in a metro district, as she pointed out. The highest one that I've seen is about 185 total mills. So that would be the combined of a more expensive or a higher level of mill rate for a school district, as well as probably the highest rate for for a metro district. So your range is going to be about 100 to about 180. So if you think about this one being at 115, so you can imagine it's about 15 to 18% lower for the lowest one. And the highest one would be roughly, instead of being 4,700, it'd come in right around $8,000. So that would be the variance that you'd see, somewhere between 4,500 and 8,000 for this same priced home anywhere within Broomfield. That's a great deal of variance. Is that?
Yes. So following that, the next slide that shows the sample property tax distribution, the dollar, what levy rate is that assuming? What is average?
So what you will see is this represents the exact bill you saw before. This is just breaking it down. And so you'll notice there's no fourth color, which would be the Metropolitan District. So what you've got is just the three elements here on this particular one, because that's all that her bill necessarily is paying for. And so that will be the variance here. If that's the case, the school, all the percentages that obviously shrink in the Metro District would fill in the rest. And the highest rate that I know of the mill of a Metro District is again around 65 to 70 mills. So you can imagine it's probably about the same as the school district once you resplit them. It's very difficult, as Mr. Clark pointed out, with 50 Metro districts ranging from about 25 mills up to in excess of 60. Everywhere has a different dollar. And that's really what makes it really difficult to do. So I hope that answers your
No,
question.
I have seen the maps and I appreciate the complexity of those calculations and how much it does vary. I'm wondering if we think about this dollar as average, what is the average or the median mill rate across Broomfield? Do you have a?
We've generally been thinking when we've represented, when we've talked about it over the years, is right around 130 mills is what we think is kind of the average, the typical. But again, as pointed out, there is no typical, sorry.
Right. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other first round questions from council? I do have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Can we go back to Manager Hoffman's property tax bill?
And I must admit, who knew?
You're lucky you don't have a metro district. So it
Yeah.
looks, when I'm looking at your bill,
Yeah.
that you actually, of your $4,700 tax bill, Broomfield gets about $1,000.
A little, just shy of $1,000 for what I pay for as a resident for these services and open space and killer library and rec.
The amenities.
Yes.
And what is the cost of those amenities?
Well, if we look at the house slide, Mayor, again, all of these are typical. There's not outliers. So we didn't median income it. We really looked at, aside from Councilmember Twiss's question about what the resident pays, when I have my city manager hat on, it's what CCOB collects, which is 28 mills, which has never, ever changed.
Since
It's
we became a city or county?
been the same mill levy. And so we're looking at a delta of the services that CCOB pays for my household is about $4,700. And I am paying just a little over 1,000. And then the portionality that we include now, which we didn't before, which was how much does my household on average spend for sales tax? So it's not just from a cost related. So we're looking at the difference of $2,500 of what we are paying for that come from the business and commercial portions.
Right, well, thank you. So is it fair to say that forced rezoning comes with negative financial impacts?
So Mayor, with all due respect, I'm going to send the same answer to, Councilmember Ward. We need to make future decisions based on data and intentional development, and we will unequivocally have trade-offs. And it depends from a value perspective and from a community perspective and from a data-driven perspective. Each one of those trade-offs have dollar attached.
Right, thank you. The Councilmember Anderson has something to ask.
On this slide, I'm trying to figure out how a single-family home has a much greater delta than the apartments when so many of the services would be distributed evenly.
Mayor Pro Tem, council members. So part of this is the number of persons in an individual household. So we take an average household, in the particular case of single families, it's roughly 3 people, whereas an apartment has about person and a half. The second part of it is as you'll hear in a month, we also talk to our department heads and therefore try to get a sense of how they are serving the community. So obviously, in talking about libraries as an example, there's a greater usage of certain activities based upon where people are coming from. So it will depend. We also allocate some of the expenses to the commercial side because obviously businesses might go into the library as an example for particular business information. So you'll hear all of that in a month. We'll talk about how we distribute that. We're trying to do the best we can. There's no perfect answer because obviously there are roughly 35,000 households. Everyone consumes these goods differently. They may use the roads more. They may not go to the library. They may use senior services through the rec center. So it's an art as much as we try to be science about it, but we feel that it has worked and it's been working for Broomfield for in excess of 20 years when we do this analysis.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's
More to come. Any other first round before we go to second round? And you, Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to clarify, my questions were not meant to be gotcha questions. They were meant to help lead a story that I was attempting to tell in 5 minutes, which apparently didn't happen. And so I will just surmise what my story was meant to be, which is I think the financial model that we currently use, where we are able to afford services on the backs of businesses to have them overcome the costs that residents are paying fully, is not a financially sustainable model because of the certain types of businesses we are seeking that drive different people to come to Broomfield, which increase the need for services, drive up housing costs, and reduces council's willingness, in my opinion, to make those hard decisions about whether we do more housing versus and rezone a commercial property, especially where necessary. I'm using the example and kind of the other side of 36 from Arista, where we put a self-storage unit next to a proposed rail station. And so that was kind of the point I was trying to make, and I didn't want my questions to be perceived as gotcha questions. So thank you, Mayor.
All right, thank you. Anything else on this? All right, well, thank you so much. We look forward to future installments of fiscal policy. So next, Councilmember Cohen, as an employee of UC Health, will be recusing himself from all discussions regarding the UC Health and Advent Health applications to be heard during the following 2 concept reviews, and will now be leaving the room. Our next item on the agenda is a concept review for a proposal for a new medical center at the southwest corner of I-25 and Colorado 7 interchange. This is the review of a concept application only. It's not a formal application for this project, and no decisions by council on this matter will be made tonight. When a formal application is submitted, it will go through the full approval process, including a land use review commission hearing and council hearing. We'll follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. First, the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We'll then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. We do allow public comment on these as well. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally, questions and comments from the City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at the website have been provided to the City Council and can be found in the correspondence folder linked in tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask our staff to begin the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And joining us tonight is our planning manager, Brandon Rowe. We are grateful to both of the applicants coming before us this evening. We're also grateful to preemptively thank you for your 10-minute or less presentation so that council has ample opportunity to do the Q&A. With that, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Brendan Rowe, Planning Manager again. Since the mayor did a good summary of what concept review means, I will skip that to save some time for us. Could I get the next slide, please? The first concept review before you this evening is for a proposed new medical center. The proposed development includes a medical office building and a proposed hospital with an accessory helipad. The hospital and medical office building are proposed to be approximately 500,000 square feet, plus or minus. And the property is approximately 43 acres located on the southwest corner of the I-25 and Colorado 7 interchange. The site is zone plan unit development and is governed by the North Park PUD plan. The surrounding area is largely undeveloped at this time. To the north is the vacant Northlands development, which is located on the northwest corner of Colorado 7 and I-25. There's a separate concept review later this evening on that, so more on that later. But generally northwest of the site is the Palisade Park development, which includes the Children's Hospital, an existing gas station, a new amphitheater, residential uses, fast food restaurant, and additional residential further north. To the south is additional vacant land within the baseline development. To the southeast is an existing burial ground / cemetery. And to the east of the site is I-25 with existing retail located within Thornton on the opposite side of the interstate. Next slide, please. The 2016 comprehensive plan designates the property as transit-oriented development. Secondary uses allowed within this designation include public and quasi-public and open land uses. Hospitals are considered to be public / quasi-public uses. The medical office aligns with typical employment or commercial uses. As such, the proposed concept review is consistent with the land use designation expectations of the comp plan. Next slide, please. This slide provides an overall context of the baseline development. You can see historically the development has occurred along the Sheridan corridor. This would be the first development on the east side of baseline, identified by the bright blue proposed site. Next slide, please. Perfect. So the application before you was for that hospital and medical office building. The medical office building on this site plan is identified as MOB. You can see that the medical office is located generally on the northwest corner of the site, close to the Huron Street and Colorado 7, also known as East Baseline Road intersection. The hospital is located generally on the southeast side of the site. The parking for the medical office building is oriented to face the Huron Street future alignment, with the hospital parking in between and facing north towards Colorado 7. As previously mentioned, there is that existing cemetery located to the south of the property. You can see those buildings identified just south of what is labeled as proposed property line. There's an existing easement to provide access to that cemetery that was not shown on the conceptual plans, but the applicant has noted that they're working through alternative configurations for that to preserve access. The applicant will need to continue to work with that private property owner to ensure satisfactory access is provided. There are 4 proposed ingress egress points, one along Colorado 7, sort of south of the baseline road label on the plan. two along future Huron Street, and then another ingress egress shown sort of going down into the future development into other portions of Baseline. The project is proposing 774 parking spaces, split between the hospital and medical office building. The specific breakdown in the conceptual plans was discussed in the memo. The North Park PUD plan establishes parking ratios. Most notably, hospitals are based on the number of beds. Because the project is conceptual at this time, the specific number of beds have not been identified. So parking calculations can't be sort of worked out to the closest degree. Because of that, staff has identified that a potential key issue would be a need for parking or accommodating parking if they're asking for more parking than the PUD allows. Next slide, please. This slide shows an example of an existing Advent Hospital facility as inspiration for the site. Specific architecture hasn't been included as part of the conceptual plans, which is not atypical. Oftentimes at this stage, we see inspirational images for what the vision of the site could be. The applicant is here this evening and can discuss more on architecture if there are questions. Next slide, please. There are no oil and gas facilities on the property, but there are some facilities within 2,000 feet of the project area. They are plugged and abandoned. They include sites to the north across Colorado 7 and some sites to the southeast in Thornton. Next slide, please. To the best of staff's knowledge, the notice requirements for this meeting were met. The notices were sent to an enhanced buffer of 2,500 feet due to the scope and size of the project and the fact that a large area around the development is undeveloped at this time to try to get as many property owners as possible. A neighborhood meeting was also held by the applicant prior to tonight's concept review. 3 residents attended that meeting. Notices were sent to a buffer of 1,000 feet, which is typical for code. The turnout for that meeting helped staff and the applicant to agree upon an enhanced buffer moving forward. And then we have identified, again, that one key issue, possible deviations, formerly known as variances. That could include possible parking counts, setbacks, other elements that aren't typically shown on the conceptual plans because of the nature of the stage of the development review process, but would be items that the applicant and staff would work on collaboratively throughout the next few steps. Speaking of next steps, following this evening, because the applicant has completed their neighborhood meeting, they could proceed with submitting a formal application. I will note that because the project is in Baseline, they will be required to follow the Baseline DRC process, DRC being Design Review Committee. That is a private sort of covenant with the development and applicants within it. Broomfield observes but isn't a voting member. We just require consent from the DRC for applications to move forward. That way we make sure we check boxes on both the private and the public sides. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening and they have a presentation as well. Thank you.
Mr. Rowe, the applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your presentation this evening?
Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor. Members of City Council, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the future of healthcare in Broomfield. My name is Brett Spence. I'm Senior Executive Officer for Advent Health Rocky Mountain Region. Advent Health is one of the largest faith-based health systems across the country, guided by a promise to help people feel whole in body, mind, and spirit. That promise shapes how we care for patients and how we partner with communities. Advent Health has served Colorado with a commitment to whole person care for more than 130 years. Since the opening of Boulder Sanitarium in 1893, we've grown to 5 hospitals in the Denver metro area and are actively developing additional campuses. Our commitment to our communities is to provide exceptional whole person care. Now, across the country, Advent Health operates 57 hospitals in 9 states. And as a not-for-profit system, every dollar that we earn is reinvested back into our communities. In 2024, Advent Health invested more than $4.4 billion in community benefit, including charity care, workforce development, and capital investments. Of that, $563 million was invested right here in Colorado. Quality and patient safety are central to our mission. We're proud to have received recognition from organizations like Leapfrog and CMS because these accolades reflect safer and better outcomes for patients and families. This is the foundation of what we are bringing to Broomfield. We recognize this community has waited a long time for a hospital. The need is real and the expectation for follow-through is understandable. Advent Health is prepared to deliver a true community hospital designed specifically for Broomfield. Today, more than 40% of Broomfield residents leave the city for care. That could be provided locally. This hospital is designed to keep patients close to home. Advent Health Broomfield will be built to grow alongside the city, just as we've done in other locations in Parker and in Castle Rock. The project also represents a long-term economic investment, creating over 600 jobs to be filled through local hiring. We're committed to a thoughtfully designed and sustainable hospital that integrates into the city of Broomfield's vision. And we are in the process of closing on the property, which obligates and funds the relocation of Huron Street, unlocking the site and enabling the broader economic activity planned for the corridor. We are under contract on the land, capital is allocated, and our project team is fully in place. Our site plan submission is scheduled for April 1 and construction is scheduled to begin later this year. This is who Advent Health is, mission-driven, community-focused partner with a commitment to move forward. We're here not just to build a hospital, but to support long-term health and well-being for the people of Broomfield. I want to thank you for your time, and now I'd like to introduce Afasani Makui from Smith Group to talk more about the project.
Thank you, Mr. Spence.
Thank you, Brett. My name is Afsani Makui. I'm a senior project manager with Smith Group, leading the design and engineering team on this project. We are bringing together a strong collaborative team, including Realberry, FSB, Adams, J.E. Dunn, and a handful of other engineers and consultants and tradesmen who are working on this project. We are currently in design coordination and scheduling is well underway. Our 43-acre site is located at the southeast corner of the Baseline development along Baseline and I-25. As a use by right site, this project is envisioned as the gateway to Broomfield, setting the first impression for those arriving in the community. This evening, I'll highlight key elements of the project and address comments we've received so far. While the existing cemetery access will change, access will not be eliminated. A new permanent access south of the cemetery will be provided with the Huron Street relocation, along with temporary access during construction to maintain continuous connectivity. Next slide. There we go. The site serves as a catalyst for the continued evolution of the Baseline community. Advancing this project allows Realberry to accelerate improvements along the Baseline corridor, including a future micromobility hub and relocation of Huron Street, allowing additional commercial development to the south, bringing critical infrastructure forward by approximately 10 years. On day one, we will have a 420,000 square foot hospital that will accommodate 150 beds. We will also have an 80,000 square foot MOB labeled as MOB on the site plan. The site is organized to support intuitive wayfinding and a strong connection between the MOB and the hospital, allowing clear wayfinding and seamless access for patients and physicians to both facilities. Parking will comply with all PUD prescribed parking requirements, and we will not be seeking a variance at this time. Campus circulation is supported by 3 access points, 1 off of Baseline and 2 off of Huron. The southernmost access on Huron will be signalized. EMS will have clear access to our campus through the baseline, right in, right out, and 3/4 turn, providing access from I-25. Emergency vehicles will be able to enter the site and have a dedicated ring road along the east side, providing quick access to ambulance drop-off and to the ED. Service vehicles will be separated from that traffic pattern. They will be entering through the southern signal on Huron Street and then relocated to the western side of the ring road back to the loading dock, trying to create clear visibility and wayfinding to the site. There's a north-south and east-west circulation, allowing visitors to understand where entry points are to the facility and have a clear, distinct understanding of parking locations and access. The landscape design aligns with the baseline DRC guidelines and pollinator zone requirements, supporting native habitat while inviting people outdoors. Sustainability is a core focus. A geothermal designed system is going to be installed to reduce energy consumption by 30% for the hospital. Next slide. Nope. Okay, we'll go back. Will you go back, please? In an animation, you would have seen here a series, it's okay. A series of interconnected gathering spaces and campus trails that link seamlessly to Broomfield's broader trail network. So what you were not seeing here is some trail systems that would actually go across from east to west, north to south on our property, connecting to the multi-mobile hub off to the northeast of our property and over to the underpass under Huron that connects to the greater Broomfield Trail
Do
system.
you want me to see if our AV team can get the animation to work? Was it?
It should have just played.
Can we try that
They're,
again?
okay.
See if it works. Sometimes it just takes a minute.
No, okay. That's okay.
Okay, sorry.
Well, it's okay. No worries. All right. These renderings illustrate the architectural character and cohesive campus experience envisioned for Advent Health Broomfield. The shared material palette and massing strategy reflects the baseline design review criteria, and it maintains a welcoming, human-scaled presence along Baseline and Huron Street. The hospital is organized with a clear base, middle, and top, using durable masonry and glass at the pedestrian level and lighter materials above to reduce visual scale and create depth. Primary entries are clearly expressed to support intuitive wayfinding. The medical office building will complement the hospital in form and material to create a cohesive campus while maintaining its own identity. Next slide. Designed for long-term growth, the hospital will be designed to structurally support 4 future floors. This is important because we want to be able to preserve site amenities, open space, and the trail connections that we're establishing on day 1. Together, the campus balances clinical function, architectural quality, and community integration, serving as a gateway project for Advent Health and the Baseline Corridor. I'd now like to invite Kyle Harris with Wheelberry to discuss how this project fits into the larger development.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Afsani. Good evening. Kyle Harris with Wheelberry. Does not roll off the tongue yet. When we gave an overview of Baseline a few weeks ago, I referenced a catalytic project that's occurring in the northeast quadrant of Baseline. This is that project, and it opens up a significant amount of the eastern portion of the property, hundreds of acres. And what enables this is by Advent Health coming into play, it triggers Huron, and Huron, the little yellow extension that you can see, opens up all this area. It has already opened up Trailmark West, which is the development you see immediately to the west. That is in process right now. It is going to be a retail center. We have heard that sales tax is very important to the city's coffers, and pleased to report that this is going to be a retail center which will serve the community. Additionally, we have an area which we're calling Trailmark South, which is envisioned as a mixed-use environment consisting of some additional retail as well as some limited office and then higher density residential. One thing that is very important that I want to point out on the timing of Huron, if you look at the legend on the lower left-hand corner, you'll see some highlighted dates. Center Street is anticipated to open at the end of 2028. That means that's when we would be triggering that light needing to be operational. You'll notice if things go according to plan with Huron's construction, Huron looks to be open. We're projecting that second quarter of 2028. Why is that important? It's important because it means Huron will be open and we'll be diverting people on the permanent location of Huron before we even need to activate the light over here in Center Street. And I think that addresses one of the concerns that was heard at a prior meeting. Next slide, please. The Advent Health and Reelberry teams, well, we've been working at this collaboratively since August of last year to solve a number of engineering challenges associated with the site. Looks like they've got a little bit of animation going. And collectively, we have been working on design for the permanent Huron relocation, integration of the site with a future diverging diamond and mobility hub, conveyance of Preble Creek through the property, location and design of regional storm detention facilities, micromobility facility placement, and design of the 500-year flood. These have been designed already to the 80% construction drawing level and will be submitted to the city next month. The one exception to that is actually Huron, which is even further along. That is 100% designed as well and also be coming in next month. Next slide, please. The joint teams have also solved problems of pedestrian connectivity and open land challenges, including establishing a regional trail alignment through the site, locating the grade separated crossing beneath Highway 7, which is a shared obligation with our neighbors to the north, locating the grade separated crossing beneath Huron, and designing landscaping buffers and pond improvements adjacent to Highway 7, I-25, and Huron. As was mentioned previously, the project is I'm not sure it was mentioned previously, it's well on its way to horizontal groundbreaking in September. So very excited about that. And the last thing I just want to mention is this project is extremely, extremely important to Baseline. But more than that, we believe it is also important to Broomfield and the larger community. So at that, I'm going to turn it back over to Afsana.
Thank you, Mr. Harris.
Thank you, Kyle. Next, we want to touch on the schedule milestones for 2026. As you just heard, our timeline reflects strong coordination between Reelberry and Advent Health. The site horizontal SDP is set to go in March, quickly followed by Advent Health SDP on April 1st. This makes way for the groundbreaking on the Advent Health geothermal in October of this year. The team is fully mobilized and committed to meeting these milestones, and as we move efficiently through the review process, we are excited about the trajectory of this project and would now like to share a short video to summarize our vision for Advent Health Broomfield. Please turn your attention to the screen.
More than 100 years, Advent Health has been part of Colorado's story. Woven through the hills and valleys, hands and hearts of the Front Range. We're honored to have cared for generations of families in our communities with a healing approach that nurtures the body, mind, and spirit of every patient. Now we're bringing that legacy to Broomfield. Our new hospital will be part of what makes this city the #1 best place to live out west, supporting a healthy personal, social, and economic foundation for the area, and expanding access to the highest quality of nationally recognized whole person care. We're standing on the promise to help our neighbors feel whole. As the first impression along the I-25 corridor into Broomfield, the campus will embody the vision of the community. Not just in architecture, but through sustainable strategies like geothermal energy and strong connections to the regional trail system, this campus creates a foundation for healthy living. From the moment you enter the campus, care is shaped by warmth and intention. State-of-the-art care delivered in environments that feel calm, open, and connected to nature. With places to gather and moments to pause. With spaces designed to heal patients and to support physicians and caregivers. Because healing happens in spaces where everyone feels supported, valued, and whole. Our approach is rooted in planning ahead, designing a campus that can expand and evolve as our community changes without disrupting care. We build our spaces to accommodate new needs and future technologies so that we can continue to provide our award-winning care for generations to come.
That worked.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to everyone for your time, and this concludes our presentation.
Well, thank you very, very much. That was wonderful. We're going to go to our Land Use Review Commission members now, if they would like to comment on this proposal. Mr. Franz, Commissioner Franz. And Commissioner Mickelson. I remembered.
First of all, I just want to compliment the developers on just an excellent and beautiful campus, which will be a great north entrance into a gateway to Broomfield. So just a wonderful job. And one of the things that's been sort of a key to this has been the environmentally sustainable image that we want for Broomfield and what you've done from an energy efficiency standpoint. So I'm wondering if, and you did that for like a LEED certification for irrigation, would you consider doing LEED certification for the hospital itself? Again, I think that'd be a good example for some of the other developers in this area. And I think based on what your goals are, that you'd be able to achieve at least the bronze level of LEED certification. So I just wanted to ask that question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Commissioner Franz. Commissioner Mickelson.
I really don't have a lot to ask on this one at this point. I'm impressed with the design elements that are consistent with what we've seen in the baseline community project so far. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of the details come before us on the Land Use Review Commission. I am pleased to see the community trail system being prioritized as it's a route for transportation as well as recreation. And the landscape representing our commitment to the trees and the grasses and the local sustainable environment. So I appreciate the work that was put into it, and I look forward to seeing it later. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any other boards and commissions members who would like to comment on this proposal? Didn't see any others here. Well, now we're going to proceed with public comments. If any residents are using the call-in service, they should indicate their desire to speak by pressing *9 to raise their hand, but we'll start with in-person comments. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes. You know the drill. Name and neighborhood for the record.
Roxy Jula Luckmore. I just have a couple of statements. On the south side of your property, there's a cemetery. And there aren't that many souls in that cemetery, but they need to be able to have access all the time. Right now, you're going to wipe out what they have, but somehow it needs to have a good access all the time. It's unforgivable if you don't, in my eyes. Second of all, the way that the building is facing to the north And I like that it's going to be a nice, we're going to use elevation. That helps out a great deal. The problem is it faces to the north. In the wintertime, our sun is more to the south. You might find that becoming a big conflict if we ever had snow. This year, not such a big thing, but you can have 6 feet of snow over there on that north side. And if you have a few cars that are stuck in the parking lot because you need to clean it and stuff, it's going to be tough. There's a few other hospitals who have, a couple of them have their front toward the north, and they're finding out that they're trying to figure out how to build parking garages on the south side to get away from the north side, or even build a parking garage on the north side to get away from the snow in the wintertime. God forbid if somebody falls, gets hurt, whatever, because of snow, because you put the front of the building to the north. I know my house faces north. Wintertime, I have snow when nobody else has snow, almost all winter. I just lost my last snow just this last week, and everybody else all around me hadn't had snow. So I lost my last ½ inch just last week, and it's been beautiful out. So the cemetery and your north hazards that you have for the front of your building, and then make sure that the emergency area is easily accessed to. That's all I can think of for right now. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Charles Lobro, Brandywine. I had just 3 questions, or at least considerations. One, you mentioned 150 bed, and what percentage are outpatient surgeries that may affect the parking aspects and parking needs? Because typically you'll have that. Related to that is also access for senior bus services in case they need it. For example, if we have an area we need to have dedicated drop-offs for that. The last is in terms of how this affects the overall water use for the area. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll give the applicant time to address those after public comment.
Hello, thank you, City Council, and thanks to the presenter. My name is Garrett Baum. I'm here representing about 7 Palisade Park districts, as well as the amphitheater. I've spoken to Children's Hospital as well, and then some other properties up there that we have. You may know me, I'm the developer of Palisade Park, which is a little under 500 acres north of Highway 7. First of all, I'd like to say, been a big proponent of additional healthcare. We brought Children's Hospital to Broomfield better than 15 years ago, and it's deserving for more healthcare up there, and it's important, and it's been an underserved area, so it's good to see more healthcare come to the area. I think it's going to be fantastic for that North Broomfield community. I was here on January 27th when the master developer spoke about the Center Street development, and my concern remains the same. It's about the traffic patterns, the safety up there for all residents, and the street configurations, as I mentioned previously. Huron Street was, I've been hearing the master developer for a dozen years, both publicly and in private meetings, say that Huron's going to be constructed to its complete full build. And it's great that we're hearing tonight that it will come with this project, but I sure hope that it does. As I look at the submittal, I looked at page 20, which they had up, and it shows Huron and a larger segment through to where Advent Health is, and then a smaller segment down to connect to Huron. But I didn't see a connection to Center Street or to Promenade or how it connects to Highway 7. And I think that that's important. And I think that as you see additional submittals, both from Advent Health and from the master developer, that you please take into account the traffic patterns there and making sure the connections are good. Huron really should have been put in a long time ago, and the existing Huron South should have been taken out some time ago. I know that you've heard from CDOT and they agree, and we're told a few years ago it would be gone. So that's important. And then I will also encourage you to take a look at the access points between Huron and I-25. The spacing is pretty tight. And I have concerns about the speed of traffic there and access coming both from east and west in between those two streets. But good luck with the project. And again, it's great to see additional services and healthcare and services that are really going to benefit this North Market. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Would anyone else like to be heard in person? Do we have anyone that wants to comment online? All right. Well, then I would like to invite the applicant, if you have any final comments or responses to any questions or suggestions, you have some time.
Hi, good evening. I'm Valerie Wilkins with Adams. We're the owner's rep for Advent Health. We are quickly taking some notes there that we got. LEED certification, we are designing to LEED certification. We will evaluate at the end of the design process if we pursue certification, but we are designing to LEED standards. Cemetery access, yes, that is confirmed. We will maintain cemetery access in combination with Advent Health and Reelberry. That will always be accessible. Front door on the north side, duly noted. We all understand Colorado with the north side. We will have covered drop-offs. We will have snow melt. We will also have, we've been doing building energy modeling to capture the solar gain and minimize some of our energy usage in the building. Outpatient volume, we do have parking to accommodate. It's been considered in our volume, and we do have that accounted for in a parking scenario. And I think we hit, should I have anything else? I think we got them.
I think we did.
Thank
Thank you very much. So now we'll go to council questions and feedback. Does any member of council have any questions or feedback? Councilmember Anderson.
I was hoping somebody else would go first. So thank you for this presentation. And I do have a couple questions. One of them is related to the, I'm sure you're aware that Thunder Vista, the school in the area, has had some significant structural issues and also has geothermal. And I would just love to hear a little bit of a something to give us a little bit of confidence that we're not going to see those same problems in the structural aspects of the hospital, especially with the anticipated future expansion. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you for the question. We are fully aware of the challenges that you are facing over there. And we do also understand that our site has expansive soils. And we've completed a geotechnical assessment already to evaluate the soil conditions. Due to the expansive soils, all buildings on the campus will be constructed using deep foundations anchored in bedrock to prevent damaging building movement, and will include a crawl space below the floor to allow the soil to swell in the unoccupied space without impacting the floor where we're providing patient care. Building utilities within the crawl space will be supported by the structural floor system and will be fully isolated from movement of the expansive soils. Where buried utilities enter and exit the building, special detailing would be required to protect these interfaces. Mark, do you have anything you want to add in regards to the geothermal?
Yeah, Mark Montgomery with WSP. So we're designing the geothermal exchange system, and like Afsani said, all of the utilities, including the geothermal exchange piping that comes in, will be allotted for movement. It will be supported from the structure, so any soil movement will not affect any of the systems. And it's worth noting too that with a geothermal exchange system, you eliminate evaporative cooling system. So that's a very large water use reduction.
Thank you. And this may not be, you may not be able to answer this, but is, can you compare that to what is, are you aware of what's happening at Thunder Vista, and can you do like a comparison of how this is better? Because they're having some issues with the crawl space underneath and the start coming up into the utility, like the.
Yeah, we haven't had a chance to actually evaluate the design of that system. We have heard in the news what's going on, but we do need some further development. It will be something we'll be looking into though, as we develop our structure for our facility.
I greatly appreciate that. And then I do have a question regarding the easements as and the future expansion in coordination with CDOT. If you could just get like a confirmation that CDOT has all of the easements that are necessary for the future expansion, including the diverging diamond that will eventually come. And just make sure those conversations are happening and all is well there.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. We have been having conversations with CDOT already. I don't know if you noticed in the video, but we did render in the new diamond interchange and working closely with them to establish where our property boundaries would go and then what kind of setbacks we would need from their new on-ramp. So we are in close coordination and we'll continue that through design development.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all my questions for now. Hear my colleagues have to say, and I might have more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward?
Thank you, Mayor. I want to continue on the setback portion just a little bit, where the Metaflight pad is situated. It's relatively close to the on-ramp from eastbound Highway 7 onto southbound I-25. I assume in your conversations with CDOT, they are allotting a proper amount of setback, factoring in the downdraft that helicopters produce when taking off and landing?
Yes, we have. We've been working with our helipad consultant with Kimley Horn and then also with CDOT to make sure that we cross-coordinate that appropriately. Do know on other campuses, we do have helipads that are closer to the streets and we are able to work it out with that downdraft and access for the helipad from a safety perspective of incoming and outgoing traffic patterns.
Okay, thank you. And then on the, I think it's page 22 of the slide deck, where you point out the different regional trails and the underpasses for both Baseline and Huron. Is the trail that connects the micromobility kind of area in the top right corner of the property, is that going to be grade separated as well from the traffic coming from Highway 7 onto southbound I-25, or are they going to have an at-grade crossing?
I'm going to at grade. Thank you, Kyle. That will be developed by Realberry and it will be an at grade crossing.
Okay, that is concerning to me because people tend to want to speed up when they're trying to turn onto a highway. And pedestrians seem to be an afterthought for most people. So I highly recommend that that be considered as a grade separated crossing, particularly for a highway interchange.
If we can pull up the slide, I want to show you something because there is another access point through our site that will provide better safety for pedestrians and cyclists to get over to the Huron underpass. So let's see if we can pull up slide 14 again and see if that will pull up our full trail system. Okay, I'm just going to come up and point.
Okay, yeah, the pointer doesn't work on it anyway. You have to be Vanna White.
They have the trail on the side and they come down Huron. And here's your underpass here, under here. That comes around the detention pond, down south of the parking, and then across the western portion to the west side of our site, connecting back into that underpass trail that's right here.
Okay, So I appreciate that, but my concern was for the people going from the micromobility hub to the center, where the mobility hub for Bustang and other maybe potential RTD buses are. You said that's an at-grade crossing.
No.
Way up at the top right corner. Yeah, that one.
I was going to say, so Erin Griffin with Kimley Horn Civil. So we've been working with CDOT on this. So CDOT's design actually is a below grade crossing. that actually takes you under the on-ramp and then takes you to, and I think it goes like through the Bowl Canal area and then goes over to that center planned. I mean, that's obviously what's planned right now in their design. I think
Okay.
it's like 30% or something design.
Great. Thank
Yep.
you. And then my next, I guess, kind of question is, why did you guys orient the hospital to be so far back from Highway 7, knowing that Highway 7 is supposed to be one of our transit-oriented corridors? So I'll pose the question for that, and then I'll continue on.
One of our main reasons was to capture the elevation gain on the site. And so placing our hospital towards that backside, we were able to minimize some of the work that needs to be done on the site and less disturbance so that the site grades up to that location. And that allowed us to elevate the building without having to do a lot of dirt work.
Okay. I guess the only comments that I really have right now is I laughed a little bit, honestly, when you said you had people-oriented development with this, when there's a giant parking lot. Parking lots are inherently not people-oriented. They're very unpleasant places for people to be. As someone who walks and cycles and takes public transit up on this dais. And so I really encourage you to figure out ways in which to make that experience much less unpleasant. That'll be it. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for coming here tonight. And we know that this is a gateway entry into Broomfield. Has there been any thought as to what that gateway feel will be with this hospital?
In terms of aesthetics?
Aesthetics and just, you know, a lot of times when we have people coming into Broomfield, we want them to know that it's a part of Broomfield. You know, for instance, I believe UC Health is even naming their hospital, I think Broomfield North or something like that. Are we doing any sort of aesthetics that would let people know that this is a part of Broomfield as a gateway image, and what efforts are put into that?
Yeah, so our facility will be called Advent Health Broomfield, and that is how it will be labeled on our buildings and on all of our campus signage, both on monument signs and then also through campus wayfinding. So as you approach that view that you saw in the video of being on I-25, we have a prominent sign on that south facade that will say Advent Health Broomfield, that will also be lit up at night and become a lighted beacon from the daytime through the evening as we daylight it.
Okay. Thank you. I would love to just sort of reach into this idea that in the memo, it says there's a net negative fiscal impact of $880,000 annually due to the nonprofit's status. Basically, how will your service demand versus your revenue impacts be mitigated? And are we planning any sort of benefit to really the city and county as far as tax and commercial?
As we get further along in the development, we have contemplated, and we've done this on other campuses, that the MOB could be a independently owned, not owned by the health system, which would be a taxable event.
Can you explain that in layman's terms? Sorry.
Yeah, so the building, we would have a land lease, and the building would be owned by a for-profit organization and lease and pay taxes according to that.
So the business is inside the hospital, is that what you're saying, or
No,
near?
for the medical office building, the MOB, yeah.
Okay. Is there any plans from Reelberry to have commercial nearby, and how would that work synergistically?
Yes, indeed. And what this project is enabling through the triggering of Huron is that we have the ability to put Trailmark West. You may recall that was the area just immediately to the west of the Advent site. that is actively under development right now, well in advance of when we thought it was going to be able to move forward. And that is all planned for retail and hence sales tax generation. But it's not just that piece, it's also pieces further to the south of the hospital, which are also anticipated, we call Trailmark South, which is anticipated to be a mix of uses, including some additional retail, perhaps some hospitality. I did think I mentioned that earlier, but we're looking at hospitality uses as well as a limited amount of office and then higher density residential, all of which is happening nearly a decade in advance of when it otherwise would have occurred.
Okay, I would recommend in that area, of course, this isn't necessarily a part of this portion, but the need in Broomfield is a lot of ownership for middle market housing. So just thought I'd throw that your way, as well as the idea that we do have things come across our table, like Councilmember Cohen said earlier, that is just all housing and we don't have a lot of commercial. And I want to remind everyone on the dais too, and also in the audience, that we can't move our affordable housing initiatives in Broomfield unless we have that commercial to fill the services otherwise initiated. I would like to also ask about transportation. So how is this going to integrate then with the bus rapid transit service? Can we elaborate on that a little bit more?
The BRT, as I understand it, will have two stops in Baseline. One is a stop in Center Street. The other one is at the Mobility Hub, which is the area, and a design still stands. It's pretty impressive, and it's going to be literally right on top of I-25, where we have, I think it was shown in one of the slides, what we call a micro transit area. It's a 1 acre area in the buffer between Highway 7 and the stormwater drainage and the hospital location, which is what we'd anticipate being an opportunity for scooter storage, bike storage. So that's one piece that is proximate to the Mobility Hub. And then all the designs that we have seen thus far for the Mobility Hub have pedestrian access directly to it. So the idea is you could have, and you could bike to the location, you could walk to the location. And if you can see where it says design supports diverging diamond interchange, that whole area immediately to the west, kind of the gray area, is designed to be a place for bicyclists and scooters and such to be able to park there and then walk right into the diverging, not into the diverging diamond, but the latest plan we saw, at least I hope it's still what was anticipated, but there was a mezzanine level that was anticipated between the two, which is where all pedestrians access the site.
Okay. Thank you. I would like to just make sure that we have compatibility with that plan. And then I think this will be a question for staff at another time, not tonight, just talking about the divergent diamond and how much in federal dollars we will need for that. So two more questions. I know that to the north, if you guys could put that map up again, sorry. On the north side, I believe there was a plan for connectivity between the south side of Highway 7 and then the north side. And then my next question will be about that transportation piece too. But the connectivity between your land over to Highway 7, and we had talked about before, there are tunnel systems already established to the west. And so if we were going to go subterranean underneath there, how long would that be? How safe would it be? And then who's going to pay for that?
Good questions. The location has been identified, and it's in some ways constrained by the channelization of Preble Creek, which you can see at sort of that brownish gray improvements, where the grade separated, and it is anticipated to be a subterranean crossing. That would be immediately to the left. You can see the little squiggly line, and then it sort of disappears underneath Highway 7. That is anticipated to go all the way over to the other side. From a cost perspective, our obligation is to do up to half of it. And then the owners to the north, my understanding is their obligation is to pick it up there and take it the other half and then continue on to that development. There has been some debate about what's the best way to convey folks from one side of the road to the other, if not at grade. Is it better to go subterranean? Is it better to go over? And I think we heard pretty clearly from staff that by far the recommended route would be to go subterranean. Of course, with that length of subterranean, you want it to be very well lit, very inviting. And so we do acknowledge that we will have to obviate some of the safety concerns, and we'll have to talk about how to do that.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, the safety on any sort of tunnels is very important, especially in areas where it's you have a lot of people moving through there. And then my last question is just really to address Mr. Garrett's concerns about what Huron is actually going to look like, how wide is it? And I would like our staff to just eventually look into the traffic study on how wide we need to have that road. It seems like it's wide and then it's narrow. And I feel like we have been promised before that it wasn't just going to be a 2-lane on Huron.
Ultimately, Huron is anticipated to be a 4-lane road. Now, as I think Mr. Baum would acknowledge, we typically don't build infrastructure until there is the triggering development that causes it to be needed. That is what this project is finally enabling us to do. So we put it in, enabled by the Advent project. And yes, the initial components from Highway 7, and I believe just to a little bit of the south of the Advent site, is anticipated to be 4 lanes. Then it necks down to 2 lanes until it gets to 160th. Now, as additional development warrants, as the traffic studies dictate, then we will, as we continue to build to the south, we will at some point, again, determined by the traffic studies, have to expand that from the 2 lanes to the 4 lanes. But it is ultimately anticipated to be a 4-lane road.
Okay. I would just encourage good communication with Mr. Baum and making sure that there is safety between the 2 sides and making sure that we have enough transportation needs being met in that area. And if you can move forward more quickly with that connectivity and the widening of the road, I would appreciate that. And then I guess I can't ask this question because it's really a part of your other plans. So I'm just going to cut short right now, but I do want to encourage that. And also the parking. I feel like we do need to stack the parking versus just flat out parking. And so if there's any way we could do that, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go to Mayor Pro Tem Lim next. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you, Mayor. First question is for the hospital applicant. So my understanding is that you have another facility in process at Red Tail Ridge. So how do you see this facility complementing the other facility, and do you see a need for both? How do they fit into your picture?
Yeah, so the property at Louisville that you're referring to is
Yes.
a replacement property for our Avista Hospital. That facility is 30+ years old and needs about $100 million of investment just to keep it going. Its location, when it was originally built, it was intended that there would be an off-ramp at the hospital. CDOT never completed that, and so moving it gives it much better access to the community, to ambulances, et cetera. And so these projects are separate, and both of them are moving forward.
And why did you decide to put the helipad at the Broomfield Hospital instead of at the Louisville Hospital?
There's actually a helipad at both.
Okay, thank you. My next question, well, I have a comment for Reelberry. Again, I appreciate the direction that some of my colleagues have headed with. We need to see the commercial in Trail Mark West. We have been told previously with other projects in Baseline that the commercial was coming, and it didn't come as soon as we anticipated. You know, you're saying this will trigger Trailmark West? What kind of guarantee do we have about a timeline of triggering? Could Real Berry answer that?
I'd be careful to ever in the development business say we give you a guarantee of when it's actually going to happen. But I will tell you this, the plan that you've seen for Trailmark West has already been informed by a series of conversations we've had with our real estate brokers about who potentially is in the market. And so it wasn't just a few lines on a piece of paper. I would agree with you that getting the commercial that we ultimately want at Baseline has taken longer than I think any of us anticipated, but we are pleased that between the hospital, Trailmark West, and Center Street, there's finally a lot of that commercial development that I know Broomfield's been wanting.
Okay, thank you. My next questions are for staff. So this hospital is the same building is going to be built in 2 phases. I don't know if we've ever had a project like that I've seen where we're building on top of an existing building. So is there any difficulty in allocation of open space, parking, anything like that we would have not encountered before? Or is that just something we'll deal with when it happens as far as the upper floor addition?
Councilmember Lim, or Mayor Pro Tem Lim, I apologize. Thank you for your question. So we have seen other projects develop in phases. Children's Hospital is another example where they had built shell upper floors and then finished them out in the future. So the actual square footage of number of beds and things like that were refined. We would just look at it overall, make sure that there's capacity on the site, and then as the phases come in, we would verify that the individual phases meet the code requirements. So I don't anticipate there being anything of concern for that.
Okay, thank you. My next questions are again for staff. There's comments in the memo about the impact of this construction on the Metro District cost and the impact of the construction on the Metro District that needs to be reimbursed by Broomfield. So the memo states the Metro District will need to expend costs to meet the infrastructure requirements for the proposed development. And then it says, per the MGDA, and based on the size of the utility lines, the Metro District is to be reimbursed by Broomfield for the cost of the water and sanitary sewer transmission mains throughout the city's capital improvement budget, as these transmission lines will support development north and east of Colorado 7. So can you generally explain how this will impact the cost incurred by the enterprise funds is what my question is. So
Mr. Deaver.
Yeah, thanks.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Thank you for the question. So as mentioned in the memo, per the MGDA, we agreed with Realberry as a developer to refund or reimburse utility services. They're larger in nature and intended to serve as transmission lines through North Park. So it serves part of the North Park development, but also existing and future development further north. Each year we coordinate with the Realberry team. They give us an estimate of what that reimbursement will be while we're working through the budget process. And so we work that into the CIP budget each year.
And Mayor Pro Tem, excuse me, if I may, for new council members, the MGDA is a master development agreement that was entered into. Mr. Rowe, I don't have my glasses on, so I can't see out there.
2020?
The most recent update was 2020, 2021 timeframe.
So that master development agreement includes all development that occurs within that boundary that was identified from that master development agreement. So this isn't a one-off for this hospital development. It's part of that overall business development agreement. I know sometimes that, yeah, we'll talk more about the development piece. But it's not specifically tied. It would be tied to anything that would go into that space because it is a pre-existing development agreement to which we are tied for those reimbursements, whether it was a hospital or something else. And so to Mr. Deaver's point, anytime that there's development from Reelberry, it's based on us building into that CIP. So it includes, when we start talking about the CIP, and CIP is capital improvement plan, what those development agreements mean now and in the future, and how we need to look at the totality of circumstances of how that CIP, now that the development is occurring, what that looks like for all other CIP, because there's not a separate baseline CIP.
Thank you. So when we're looking at the negative financial impact that's approximated in this memo, are we including these reimbursement cost of the infrastructure?
We are not.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think those are my questions.
All right, thank you very much. Next, Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. First, I'd like to echo the questions and concerns from my colleagues about parking. I won't go over those. I just want to say that my thinking is in line with the questions about parking. Second, this would be for Reelberry as well as staff. I see on, I believe it's slide 20, just south of the hospital, there is a spot there that says hotel. Speaking as someone who has traveled and stayed extended stays near hospitals to be with family members in treatment, lodging near potentially 3 hospitals on like the same block. In the area, it seems like there is not a lot of lodging in the area, not a lot of options for family members and people that need to stay close by. So I'm wondering, so first from Reelberry, if you can speak to the development timeline of that area, and if you have a particular project in mind where that is in the process, when you would envision seeing that, and then from staff, if you've had any other interest or discussions or anything like that around hotels in right nearby. Thank you.
Relative to timing, we anticipate that the first project to go is going to be Trailmark West, and we are further in the design of that master plan than we are on Trailmark South. Typically, yes, you're spot on with this idea that, my goodness, with 3 hospitals, one would think there would be a significant need for hospitality, and that's why we are showing one here. But we would want, and I'm speaking on behalf of our hospitality team, which I should never do, but I would say typically we would want to have the hospitals up and operational, or at least getting close to that before we would actually put a shovel in the ground for the hotel. Otherwise, it might be premature.
Councilmember, and then from the staff perspective of additional conversations, a little bit later tonight, we'll see another concept review across the street that does identify some potential hospitality spaces in that development as well. But there have been no other specific discussions with possible hotel developments in the existing development area.
Another question, Mr. Rowe. Following Mayor Pro Tem Lim's question about the vertical development, I'm wondering what are the what are the height restrictions on non-residential properties? And would that, in theory, require a variance should phase two come about? Thank you.
Thank you for your question, and I just had it and closed it. But the maximum allowed heights in this area of baseline are in excess of, I want to say 135 feet. So 260, thank you. It was in excess of 135. So based on the proposed heights that we've heard from the applicant at this conceptual stage, there's no concerns with maximum building height issues.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. One question following up from the discussion we had previously. Also, thank you for taking the time to meet with many of us. What is the sidewalk width? Did we have a definitive answer? I know we were thinking it was between 10 and 14 feet. The sidewalk on the north part, that's right bordering baseline. My concern, or Highway 7, my concern was that it's close to a really major highway and it could be a really unpleasant place to walk or ride your bike. And so we need something sufficient to make it hospitable.
Like I'm making eye contact with Jim Nimchek back there to make sure that I'm being honest, 14 feet. And I just want to make sure is that there may be some sidewalks interior to the site that are not 14, but the ones that we have shown around the perimeter and all the ones that we've referenced as part of our presentation are 14.
Very exciting. Okay, that's great to hear. The other one, and this one is my Skystone Airport brain asking this question. How many helicopter trips frequently happen and how loud are those?
Our current analysis is showing that we're going to have about 100 flights a year right now. And so that's less than about two per week. So it's only to move critical patients. Usually out, it's not routine business.
Okay, great. Great to hear. That makes a lot of sense. And then I can kind of tell from the way things are laid out, but it seems that the helipad is not super close to residents, not super close to folks who would be bothered. Great, I'm getting nods. Would you like to elaborate?
That is correct. It is along the I-25 side. And so we're eliminating any residential and commercial impact where our helipad's located.
Okay, great. The last thing we want is more air traffic complaints with things. And then the final thing is really just a comment, same as I joke, Ward 2 speaks as one, in agreement with Councilmember Ward, and something that I voiced separately is that this should be a place that's hospitable to people walking from the office building to the hospital and just around the area, make it safe for pedestrians, incorporating traffic calming where it's appropriate. It would be terribly ironic if someone got hit by a car right outside of a hospital. Not something we want to see, not something we want to see for anyone here, and want to keep things super safe. So I do want to emphasize that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from my colleagues? Well, I just want to say thank you so much for the presentation and the application. It looks fabulous. As somebody who lives about 8 miles from the area, I appreciate the parking because I'm not going to walk to a mammogram. So thank you all very much, and we look forward to seeing you come back. Well, it is 8 o'clock, and we usually take a 10-minute recess to give everybody a little break. So I know you've been patient, but we're going to go ahead and take our 10-minute recess. We'll be back at 8:18. Thank you. Could everyone please take their seats? It's lively in here. I know, right? Welcome back. And thank you all so much. Welcome back, everyone. We're back from break. Give everybody a chance to settle back in. And we're moving on to our next concept review. It's a proposal for a health campus on the northwest corner of I-27 and Colorado 7 interchange. Did I say that? I said I-25 in Colorado. I'm making it up. So this is the review of a concept application only. It's not a formal application for this project, and no decisions by council on this matter will be made tonight. When a formal application is submitted, it'll go through the full approval process, including a land use review commission hearing and a council hearing. We'll follow the city standard procedures for concept plan reviews. Do I have to say it all again? Okay, good. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, and I'll ask our staff to summarize.
It is the Brandon Rowe Show this evening. Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Manager Hoffman. Good evening, everyone. Brandon Rowe, Planning Manager. Next slide, please. So the second concept review for you this evening is also a new medical campus. This is a new hospital and medical office, which would be the initial phase of a multi-phase development. The conceptual plans show possible future phases, which we'll highlight in future slides, but the property is approximately 110 acres located on the northwest corner of I-25 and Colorado 7. So this is just right across the street from the last project that was reviewed. This site is zone plan unit development as well, but this site is governed by the Northlands PUD plan, not North Park, but Northlands. There's a lot of norths. So the subject property is located adjacent to I-25. To the east of the site is the interstate with vacant land. And then east of the interstate, there's additional land within the city and county of Broomfield that is also vacant. To the south of the project is Colorado 7, and then the baseline site that we just reviewed, as well as additional vacant land within the baseline development. To the west is the Palisade Park development. And to the north is also portions of the Palisade Park development. To the north, there is a park and vacant land. And then sort of further north from that are the new Suncap. Well, I guess they're not so new anymore, but the new-ish Suncap buildings that are adjacent to I-25. Those are the Flex Industrial buildings. To the west, you have an apartment complex, the National Archives and Records Administration, a gas station, the fast food restaurant, Children's Hospital, as previously mentioned. Next slide, please. The 2016 comprehensive plan designated the property as regional commercial. Again, hospitals are public/quasi-public uses in Broomfield, so the proposed development of this site for a hospital is consistent with the comprehensive plan designation. The medical office building aligns with typical employment uses that we would expect. Next slide, please. So the applicant's conceptual layout shows the proposed hospital and medical office building located centrally, sort of in the center of the Oval Ring Road. The campus would be accessed primarily from Colorado 7 to the south and through a proposed extension of West 169th Avenue, which is identified. Both of those are identified on this plan. There's also access provided to Lowell Lane to the north. The Ring Road is intended to provide the fire department access along with simplified wayfinding for patients and families as per the applicant's narrative. The site plan also shows that the hospital will have a main entry, the medical office will also have an entry standalone, and there's intended to be emergency vehicle access to allow ease of navigation for all users. The conceptual plans show the possible future phases of development. The writing is very small on the screen, but the pink shaded areas are identified as potential hospitality or mixed use concepts. The blue shaded area are potential future retail concepts. There's a yellow hue towards the north that's potential residential or hospitality and or housing concepts. And then there's a dark brown spot, which is identified as a potential future dedicated parcel for a fire station. All of these areas are conceptual in nature, so they aren't specific lot lines proposed at this time. It's just intended to show a vision of what the site could look like in the future. Again, the hospital and the medical office building with the parking would be phase one, along with infrastructure. The proposed hospital, including the mechanical penthouse, are envisioned to be approximately 140 feet tall. The medical office is envisioned to be approximately 84 feet tall. Both of these exceed the maximum allowed height in the approved Northlands PUD plan. So a deviation or a PUD amendment would be required. The PUD allows a maximum 60-foot height at this time. The conceptual plans and supplemental documents note the intent to extend the roadway to provide access. At this time, it's not clearly identified if that would be intended to be a public road or if that would become private roadway. If it is to be public road, future right-of-way dedication will be required. Much like the first application that we saw this evening, parking for hospitals is based on the number of beds. As it is a conceptual project at this time, the specific number of beds aren't known, but staff has identified that parking will be an item to discuss moving forward and that a possible deviation may be required if the parking exceeds what the code allows here. It should be noted that this site is located within a parking reduction area. Hospitals are not eligible to be reduced in parking, but medical office buildings are. So those will be things that we will need to discuss with the applicant moving forward to ensure compliance with the code and their specific needs for their patients. Next slide, please. This slide shows architectural inspiration again. UC Health has provided an image of a similar or comparable facility with the building materials that they anticipate to be used. This is consistent branding that has been discussed. The applicant is also here this evening if there are questions about specific architectural intent. Next slide, please. There are 2 plugged and abandoned oil and gas well sites on the property. These were properly abandoned according to Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission documents, and workover easements were dedicated as part of the final plat approved with the prior development, which was that IKEA development, as required by Broomfield Code. There are additional plugged and abandoned oil and gas wells around the site, as previously discussed. These are the same ones that are in the same general proximity of the last project, but those 2 are the only 2 on site. Next slide, please. To the best of staff's knowledge, the meeting notice requirements have been met. This application was also voluntarily agreed to provide a 2,500-foot minimum notice buffer, which is an enhanced buffer to ensure that a project of such significant impact of the region would reach as many residents as possible. Staff has identified one key issue again with this application. That's the potential deviations that would be needed. Those are anticipated to be height at this time, which could be resolved through a PUD amendment, parking, setbacks, things of that sort. It should be noted that if the applicant chooses to move forward with a PUD amendment to amend the PUD to allow for increased heights, to amend the PUD to explicitly allow accessory uses like helipads for a hospital, that would be reviewed concurrently with the site development plan and a future final plat to replat the lot. So it'd be one application packet. Council would review all those elements together as a single package moving forward. The applicant could also choose to do them separately, but based on prior discussions, the intent is to move a single package. And then the next steps, the applicant does need to complete their neighborhood meeting still. They have coordinated with staff and are settling on an early March date. So I anticipate council seeing a notice of that coming through soon, maybe this week. And then once that's complete, they can submit their formal development application. The Northlands property does not have a development review committee or DRC, so there is no separate private process that this site would have to go through, unlike the prior application. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicant is here this evening. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. Next is the applicant's presentation. And would you please identify yourself for our listeners before beginning your presentation this evening?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. My name is Ryan Roman. I am the president of the UC Health Broomfield Hospital and Longs Peak Hospital, and I am joined by Mike Shahosky, who is our Vice President of Facilities Design and Construction, and he'll be available for questions as well. Before I jump in, the one thing that I wanted to highlight as part of the presentation is it was mentioned that we are under contract and actually, or it was mentioned that we had intent. We are now owners of the land as of last Friday. So that's important that I share with you all. It's important that I share with all of you that I am a 20-year resident of the community of Broomfield. And even more than that, I'm a resident of the Anthem Highlands neighborhood, just a mile and a half down the road from this site that we hope to build this really special medical campus for the community of Broomfield, the community that I live in. The reason I share that is we're here to listen, to gather feedback. We want to be incredible partners of council, the Land Use Commission, members of the community, as well as city planners as we move forward with our concept design and move towards construction. As a resident of the community of Broomfield, this is personal. I have to get this right. UC Health has to get this right, or I'll be held accountable by my neighbors, my friends, and the community that I live in, this incredible best in the West community. And with that, I also want to thank city staff and how incredible they've been with us in helping us be prepared for tonight's or take us through the process for tonight's presentation, and look forward to working with them as we move towards construction. We can go to the next slide. I want to talk a little bit about UC Health before jumping into our vision for this campus. Our mission is to improve lives. We want to do that in big ways through learning, healing, and connection, but we also want to do it in small ways through human connection. Being the only nonprofit academic medical center in the state of Colorado, I think is incredibly important and allows us to achieve that mission in a really special way. Everything that we do in the state of Colorado is for the patients and the residents of the state. Being an academic medical center, it allows us to bring the best in innovation, quality of care, clinical research, clinical trials to ensure that we're providing the best quality of care at the campuses that we establish and that I hope to establish in the community of Broomfield. It's important that I share with all of you that we provide care for all residents. We are the largest provider of Medicaid services in the state of Colorado. Nearly 30% of Colorado residents, Colorado Medicaid goes through UC Health organizations. We have been committed to Broomfield for a long time. With the establishment of the Broomfield Hospital on the west side, I've been asked regularly what's going to happen with this new medical campus, and I'm here to share that this new medical campus is an expansion of our commitment to the community of Broomfield. The Broomfield Hospital on the west side, I drive it every day. It's roughly 25 minutes away. That is a great distance when people are in need and in crisis. And it's vibrant, it's growing and serving a great purpose for the other side of our community that continues to grow. Seeing nearly 60,000 patient encounters this last year, we want to continue to keep that hospital vibrant as well. And then sustainability. Sustainability is going to be an important part as we move through design and development and construction. 12 of our 15 hospitals within UC Health recognized as Practice Green Health for our environmental excellence. And we intend to approach this campus in the same manner. Next slide, please. Our vision. We recognize that we have an opportunity to create an entry point, a very special entry point into the community of Broomfield on that northeast side, a gateway something very unique and special. So in doing that, we want to create a vibrant, welcoming, mixed-use campus in partnership with the city and community. Again, I stress that over and over, we need to get this right and we need to do it in collaboration. We want to establish a high-quality, advanced specialty care hospital with primary care that will serve the community and increase access to care. In addition, we recognize, and it was ironic that we had the conversation we did earlier this evening about tax generation, that we are a nonprofit organization and we need to be good partners, civil partners in the community of Broomfield. And so we do want to establish a retail, dining, and hospitality strategy. And again, we want to do that with community to ensure, I heard City Manager Hoffman mention we need to make data-driven decisions, and we want to partner in the right way so that we are making data-driven decisions to ensure appropriate tax revenue generation on our campus. We will have residential options, and we hope that this will establish a live, work, shop environment on our campus. Also, emphasis on ample green space. Nearly 30% of this campus will be designated for green space with trails that we hope to connect throughout the community of Broomfield and other surrounding communities for safe pedestrian and cyclery throughout the community. And finally, our goal is to begin construction this fall with full activation of this campus for both the medical office building and hospital by fall of 2029. Next slide, please. As we dive deeper into the healthcare campus, I want to emphasize that we want to establish advanced care close to home that will help patients avoid leaving the community. It was mentioned earlier that there is a large portion of residents leaving, and we know that there is roughly 23,000 patients that are UC Health patients that are leaving the community of Broomfield. As we were preparing for this concept review, I heard over and over again from members of the community of stories of how they had to leave to go to other campuses within UC Health to receive care, oftentimes driving 35 to 45 minutes, and we want to change that. We are envisioning a 6-story hospital with comprehensive services, with establishing an advanced trauma center, stroke center, advanced cancer care, bringing in that clinical research and clinical trials to the community of Broomfield, women's health services, and advanced cardiac care to the community of Broomfield. You'll notice I said advanced multiple times. We want this to be a higher level of care hospital within our UC health system in keeping patients close to home. Within our medical office building, we will have primary care, physical therapy, occupational therapy. We will extend to ambulatory oncology or cancer care with an infusion center, radiation oncology, as well as bringing numerous specialists again to the community where they will clinic and patients can be seen. Additionally, we anticipate this to have a significant economic impact, bringing 1,000 construction jobs throughout this development. At start, we anticipate close to 500 permanent healthcare jobs, and within a couple of years, that reaching nearly 700. Next slide, please. As we talk about the site development and the hospital medical office planning, I won't go through every single bullet point on this slide. I'll just highlight a few things. Parking. We recognize that we do have to have parking for our campus, and we're trying to strategically place that, or the majority of it, on the east side along I-25, where noise is already an issue. In addition to that, though, we are committed to establishing landscape to soften and hide the parking. We recognize that if this campus is going to be a vibrant, welcoming environment, it has to be aesthetically pleasing as people are coming down Highway 7, and we are committed to that. We will maintain all safety setbacks and ensure that our 2 abandoned oil wells are accessible and able to be reviewed by both city and state agencies to ensure safety on our campus. As we look at the hospital medical office planning, a couple things to highlight that was mentioned. We are looking at a 6-level hospital. That's very intentional, and we will have to work very closely with council, and other members of the community to ensure we approach that in the right way. But we're ultimately developing a compact campus, medical campus, to ensure the 30% green space, the residential, the retail strategies. And so we're trying to be very thoughtful and achieve all goals for the community. We anticipate at some time this campus needing to achieve nearly 450 beds. And so we have it master planned for that, and therefore need a compact, more vertical setup to achieve all those goals. As you look at some of, it was mentioned, our renderings and or the building materials we will use, you can see the metal panels of the brown and gray, the glazing and the stone. This is, we recognize that when we build our campuses, we're doing it with 100+ year horizon. This is not something, or this is something that has to stand the test of time and be visual pleasing if we're to achieve the welcome environment within our community. And we believe that we have a concept that is proven to be quite successful. We will complete a traffic study. Heard that loud and clear today or this evening, the importance of safety for our pedestrians, our motorways, and our cyclists. And we are very committed to doing that in partnership with CDOT and the city and council. Next slide, please. A few things that I'll simply highlight. I know this was reviewed earlier, but as you look at our medical campus, and I'll just highlight where we have things positioned. The light blue on this visual is where we want to prioritize retail. Again, to achieve that welcoming environment, that gateway, that vibrance. This is where we want to have retail, dining, perhaps an open air environment, a destination, a welcoming location for the community of Broomfield and those visiting. I'll also highlight that oftentimes when you have patients inside a hospital, family members need a gathering spot to think and process, and they often do that in these types of locations. The pink on this map is mixed use and hospitality. Some of the concepts that we have been discussing is it was mentioned hoteling space for the hospitals that are being proposed, and Children's Hospital also. And so that would be in the pink setback, because oftentimes those are taller buildings and can be visualized from baseline or I-25. The yellow is the residential. We are looking at capping that at about 525 residents. It'd be dense homes of condos and townhomes. And then, as mentioned, we know that North Metro Fire is in need of a new station to keep up with the growth of this community. And as part of our community benefit, we would like to donate that land so that they can more fully achieve that. And then finally, I'll highlight the green space. We want to have a great trail system, and we do want to work with the city to ensure that we connect that in a safe way with the mobility hub. The mobility hub is going to be fantastic for bringing people to our community and workers to this campus. And so we need to partner and establish those walkways in the right way. Next slide, please. Finally, UC Health, we're local. As I mentioned earlier, everything that we do in the state is for the residents and for the patients within our communities. UC Health provided $1.4 billion in community benefit and uncompensated care this last year. We have numerous other initiatives throughout the community. I was very prideful to be here in September when it was Suicide Awareness Month and the proclamation was held here at Council. And we were here with some of our other community members that we help support within the community of Broomfield against suicide or fight against suicide. And it was so impressive to see the progress that we have made in the outcomes of teenagers and young adults. I mentioned donating the acreage for the fire station, and also we anticipate a significant economic impact to the area of Broomfield with this development. Next slide, please. And with that, I just want to thank all of you for your time this evening. I know it's late. Again, very prideful. Want to deliver a message that we're here to listen, here to partner and collaborate, and really excited to do this with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you both very much for that presentation. We'll move on to members of our Land Use Review Commission for feedback, if you have any. Commissioner Mickelson.
Evening, Mayor and Council. I do have a few comments on this one. The intent to break ground this fall of 2026, have a concern regarding 2 hospitals breaking ground on the opposite sides of the road, close to the Highway 7 interchange, as far as construction traffic and the impact on that, having that impact on our local commuter traffic and safety concerns. The parking on the east side, lots of landscaping was mentioned. I know this is not part of the baseline project, which has the pollinator and the low water use plantings as the desired use. So I recommend that the landscape plan consider using as much low water plantings as possible. This is the other side of the underpass for the bicycle and pedestrian access. So I look forward to good coordination with the project on the other side of the road to make sure that happens and is lit well and safe for all residents and local users. I heard mention of condos and townhomes as part of the residential quadrant on the design. And I'm really excited to hear that. And I'd like to hold you to it because that is owner opportunities over rentals. And we need more of those in Broomfield. And the next comment I have is, here we are, 2 hospitals, nonprofits. I wonder if there's any statistics or anything that can provide some, it's like consolation for the nonprofit instead of retail, instead of businesses that provide tax base, and the other economic development that brings alongside and that develops nearby. I don't know, Jen, do you have anything that's handy that would address the kind of economic development that would happen? But that's things I'm thinking about. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Did you want to comment or no?
We're taking it under advisement.
Okay, good answer. Okay. All right. Any other advisory boards, commissions want to provide feedback? I don't think we have anyone else. Thank you. Next is public comment. If any residents are using the call-in service, they should indicate their desire to speak by pressing *9 to raise their hand. We'll start with in-person comments. So if you would like to be heard on this proposal, please make your way to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Hi, my name is Garrett Baum with Palisade Park, Urban Frontier, Kavamra. And I mentioned the previous hearing, many of the properties north of or west of this particular site. I'd like to reiterate, I think that this North Broomfield area has been underserved with healthcare, medical. Children's Hospital has been there. They're incredibly busy. It's been fantastic for Broomfield. I hear all the time I get stopped about how important it is. And, we support this development. We support more healthcare up in the area. I'd also like to applaud them. If you look at the roadway configuration, their roads match up with the roads to the west that we put in 169th, our mid-block streets as well. And I can't help but take the opportunity to share that all of this is really possible because we put almost 1.25 miles of 4 lanes of Huron in advance of development. And that's allowing for this hospital to move forward in an expedited fashion and for safety and adequate transportation up in this area. So I applaud them for the plan and look forward to this project moving forward. And I do think it's a good project for all of Broomfield, but in particular serving the North Broomfield community. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Please make your way to the podium.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Rumi Arakawa, and I'm the resident of the Broomfield for 10 years. I would like to propose UC Health to build indoor tennis court facility in this 110 acre of the campus for public to use, as well as employee and family who will live on the campus to use. It's a great way to invest for community. And it's only 3 acres to build 4 indoor tennis court. On December 28th, I started Broomfield Indoor Tennis Facility Community Investment Interest Survey to understand the need for indoor tennis court serving Broomfield residents and the surrounding area. We received 273 responses within 2 months, including 185 Broomfield residents. So 250 people, 91.6% said they are very interested in indoor tennis access, and nearly everyone expressed positive interest. 218 people, 81% said finding the court time in the winter is very difficult, and 95% experience with difficulty overall. This points to the real shortage of indoor tennis court during colder months because there is no public indoor court in Broomfield and the surrounding area. We have so many pickleball court, but there is no indoor tennis court. One of the closest indoor tennis court available for public to use is Apex in Arvada. But of course, resident of Arvada has a priority to book, get a discount, and also about 30 minutes to drive. We also heard from high school athletes, parents, and coaches. 89.4% said indoor court would help high school training and athlete development. Located facility on the UC Health campus offer many benefits. It would support healthcare workers' wellness and stress relief, promote physical and mental health. And 4 indoor tennis courts will give you so many benefits for financial too. Drills, permanent court time, rental court fee, tournaments, and more. Also, if someone gets injured at the tennis court, there is a hospital right next to the court. And I was the operation room nurse, and I know how stressful to work at the hospital. Like the president said, UC Health is building very, very stressful facilities, and hitting the ball hard right next to the hospital would be very, very beneficial for the workers. Oh, and I also wanted to say, okay, if I need to go to the hospital, I would rather go to the hospital has an indoor tennis court. And with the 270 participants and families. Thank you.
My name's Tim Williams. I was just going to support Rumi. I don't need to. She did great. She goes, just come here just in case I get super nervous. So I'm going to save us some, she did awesome. So I'm just going to save us some time.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Alicia Bunch. I raised my daughters in Broomfield, and I'm proud to call Broomfield home today. Living here has shown me firsthand the importance of community connection and access to essential services that support families over time. I also serve as the Vice President of Behavioral Health for UC Health. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of UC Health's proposal to build a new hospital in the Broomfield community. As a resident, I've experienced the values that define Broomfield: cohesion, connection, and well-being. Those values are especially important when considering healthcare, because access to care is not just about buildings. It's about whether people can receive the right care at the right time close to home without having to leave their communities to do so. UC Health is known for clinical excellence and innovation. A new hospital in Broomfield creates the opportunity to bring specialized, high-quality care directly into the community, allowing residents to access advanced services locally, particularly during moments of illness or crisis, when proximity to family, support systems, and familiar surroundings matter the most. From a behavioral health perspective, this opportunity is especially meaningful. UC Health is a driver of expanded access to healthcare across Colorado, including a significant and ongoing investment in behavioral health. That investment includes integrating and expanding behavioral health services across hospital, primary care, and community-based settings, and reducing barriers that too often prevent people from getting help. This hospital would strengthen behavioral health access in Broomfield and provide comprehensive care for mind and body. This project also represents an important investment in the local healthcare workforce. UC Health brings not only services, but workforce development and long-term career opportunities that help ensure sustainable access to care for the community now and into the future. Because Broomfield is my home, I appreciate the responsibility this council carries in shaping its future. UC Health is committed to being a trusted partner, one that aligns with Broomfield's values, strengthens the local healthcare workforce, and ensures residents can receive high-quality specialized care right here at home. I respectfully encourage your support of UC Health's proposed hospital and its role in advancing access to care, resilience, and long-term community health in Broomfield. Thank you for your time and your service for the community.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. My name is Mark Tuttle. I'm an interventional cardiologist at UC Health. I live in Broomfield along with my wife and 2 young daughters, and I'm here to express strong support for the project that was proposed. For my family, access to high-quality local care is not just theoretical. My 2-year-old daughter was hospitalized, and she got excellent care at Children's North right here in our community. Having nationally recognized pediatric care just minutes from home meant everything to us. It reduced stress, allowed us to stay close, and reminded us how fortunate Broomfield is to be connected to an academic health system. Expanding that presence with a full hospital builds on a strength we already know benefits families. And healthcare access also matters on the other end of life. I recently moved my 2 80-year-old parents to the area to be closer to us. Currently, they drive about 30 minutes to a UC Health facility to receive a specialized eye treatment that my dad needs. As they age, shorter travel times and local access to high-quality service will become increasingly important. Professionally, I'm an interventional cardiologist, as I mentioned. I'm the principal investigator for a clinical trial at the UC Health Medical Center of the Rockies called the Journey Trial. It's a multinational clinical trial of a cutting-edge, minimally invasive treatment for heart valve disease. We're currently the only site, not only in Colorado, but in the entire Mountain West region offering access to this clinical trial. As part of a world-class cardiology team, I've seen firsthand how an academic medical center can bring cutting-edge therapies and research to patients who otherwise would need to travel out of state or go untreated altogether. A UC Health hospital in Broomfield will allow us to expand that culture of innovation locally, attracting top clinicians, supporting clinical trials, and ensuring that residents have access to not only the standard care, but the next generation of care. From a personal standpoint, there's been a lot of talk of trails, and as a Broomfield resident, I would welcome the opportunity to bike to work along Broomfield's outstanding trail system. And I think this vision reflects what our project represents: thoughtful growth, integrated infrastructure, and a community where people can live, work, and receive world-class care. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. My name is Tang, and I live in Palisade Park. I would also like to throw my support behind the UC Health project. Currently, my family and I, we are patients of UC Health, and as the president mentioned, we do seek health care outside of Broomfield just because of the lack of facilities here. So having a facility up there would be incredibly beneficial, not only to myself, but to my neighbors as well. For UC Health, big proponent of recreational facilities, whether it's bike trails, connecting to the already existing Broomfield city trails. All I would ask is that you would have great lighting. The area is a little dark, and I know it make a lot of people feel a lot safer, a lot more comfortable going out, whether at night or in the early morning, if the lighting was improved in the area. And the irony wasn't lost on me initially when I saw 2 hospitals coming up, but knowing that the closest fire station is 9 minutes from my house, and in my development, the furthest house is 10 minutes from the nearest fire station. So I'm appreciative that you are willing to donate the land for the fire station. If I may make a suggestion, though, require the fire department to build a swimming pool for their firefighters. Firefighters need swimming pools. Ignore any gentleman that comes up and says he's my boss.
Thank you.
Roxy Jula Lockmore. So I'm going to talk about the building. I like that it faces east, or at least that's what it looks like it is, facing east, which gives it the sun. It won't have the snow. It'll actually be big enough that it will buffer anything that's to the west of it from all the noise of the highway. That's a good thing. We don't have to put trees that grow really extremely tall, which ends up becoming a fire hazard. The way of putting it in a circle, though, does limit them. So they have to build it right the first time, unless they are going to keep some properties that are close to it for a few years, 10, whatever it takes, for them to decide on whether they need to enlarge or get better parking structure put in, or anything that has to do with the hospital. They'll have to keep some of the property for that instead of building apartments or anything else around it. But it will shelter it, and I like the idea that they're growing up. It looks like a good structure. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else in person like to be heard on this proposal? We do have one person on the phone, so we will, if they're still there, okay, we'll go to our caller for comment.
All right, caller number ending in 600, please press *6 when prompted to unmute and state your name and neighborhood for the record.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thanks for having me and for allowing me to meet virtually. My name is Natalie Spears, and I'm in the Hearthstone neighborhood. So since I live just right up Huron from these 2 proposals, they really do kind of hit pretty close to home, figuratively and literally. But we are very appreciative of these organizations for proposing to grow our community and for bringing more options kind of up this way. I think both of these pieces of land, both the UC Health and the Advent Health, have been a huge interest to myself and my neighbors. So I'd be remiss not to address the interest and need for some recreational space up this way. I think closely aligns to what some of the in-person people have mentioned. We really are looking for some sort of recreational space for our children, whether that be more open space, parks, rec center, swimming pool, whatever it might be. I think it'd be a huge win for all of those up here on the north side of the city who are many miles away from existing Broomfield facilities. And then 2 kind of specific comments, I think, to UC Health and then also possibly Advent Health. I just want to make sure that there are models that have been completed to show that there would be a need for a 450-bed hospital. That is what UC Health is proposing, and then 150-bed plus the expansion of 4 more stories from the Advent Health, what they're proposing in such close proximity. I know we don't have a lot up here when it comes to healthcare, but I do have concerns just in such a small space that we would have such two large hospital systems there. And then I also just have concerns as it relates to Huron Street as you go north. We have the light industrial traffic, which we have plenty of trucks that come up our way, plus the proposal of the fire station. We have 800 plus homes up our way. Now we've thought the thoughts of hospital, retail, hoteling, all of the traffic. Just really hope that there is going to be a lot of traffic or understanding of traffic flow as it relates to North Huron, as we do not have any other exit option. We have to use Huron as our only exit onto Baseline. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, I think that concludes our public comment. Would our applicant like to follow up with any feedback on the comments?
Since you only have one. Yeah. I really appreciate the caller, and I apologize for forgetting your name as it relates to the size of the hospital. I want to emphasize that we have been exploring and doing a community needs assessment, and that involves a lot of different steps. Looking at how many patients are needing of ours that are leaving the community, where we have access issues throughout the North Metro area. And ultimately, we know with confidence that the campus that we're proposing is the right size. Now, the one thing that was said is we're proposing a 450-bed hospital, and I just want to correct that. That is not what we're proposing at this time. We would like to master plan towards a 450-bed hospital and make sure that we're thinking about the space in the right way as it relates to having a compact design so that we can achieve all the other aspects to the concept of the campus, the full campus. So thank you for that question.
All right, thank you both.
I'll address the other questions that were brought up. So first off, I want to thank everybody for the feedback. As Ryan started this, we're here to listen. We're here to take in the feedback so that we can enhance our plan as we move it forward. So we appreciate all the comments that came in. With regard to parking, definitely looking at using native plants, low water type of plantings in terms of creating that buffer. We listened to staff when we met with staff. We listened to the council when we met with them. As a gateway, we purposely set back our parking so it's not the first thing you see when you get off the highway is a field of parking. We wanted to make sure that it was set back and buffered from the rest of it. The pathways and trails, we want to continue the great trails you've already put in. We want to work with the city. We want to enhance what we have and make sure those go through our property completely. The indoor tennis courts, it's a great point that you brought up, recreational space. You know, as we plan the other pieces of this property, the mixed use, the residential, we will definitely be looking at recreational uses and partners to help us with that. So thank you for bringing that forward. Also, we heard about the density and of the residential units. And the density of our campus as a whole. It was brought up a couple of times, the height variance that we're looking for. That was partly because of the feedback we heard from staff and from others in council that we wanted to leave more green space and have a denser hospital. We didn't want to have a lower height hospital that spread out and used more land. So we want to use as little land as possible so we could have more green space. And Huron traffic going north, we appreciate that we have our traffic studies ongoing right now. We will definitely take into consideration the industrial traffic that mixes with us. But as Garrett pointed out, all 4 lanes have already been built. As we connect 169th, we will build out all 4 lanes of that as well. We're not looking to defer any of the development of the roadway infrastructure as part of our project.
All right, thank you for that. There's more feedback to come because now we're going to council questions and comments. Any members of council who wants to go first? Oh, Councilmember Ward.
I'll go first. Thank you guys very much for the presentation. My first question is related to connectivity for transportation, since you guys are just on the opposite side of Baseline from the Avista Health. How are you guys planning a connection directly to the multimodal hub at I-25 and Highway 7 like they are, or has this been something you have even contemplated?
Go ahead. we haven't fully contemplated that yet. We know it's been brought up. We definitely want to do something with it, but we have our engineers studying it right now. So we will, when we come back with our plan, we will have a response for that.
Okay, great. And then as it relates to kind of Huron Street and connections for vulnerable road users across into the Palisades area, given that Huron is 4 lanes plus I think there's a median there, and there's potentially heavy truck traffic going through for not only the National Archives, but the Light Flex Industrial that's further up. I wonder if you guys would consider putting in a grade separated crossing somewhere along Huron Street to connect the western side of your property to the rest of Palisades.
Trying to follow what,
Like where 169th Avenue is, roughly. Not saying exactly there, but something along that western boundary to connect across that kind of barrier.
I think that's great feedback that we will absolutely take under advisement as we develop the traffic studies and the pedestrians as we move forward. I really appreciate that feedback, and we'll
Okay,
work
great.
with city to ensure that we do that the right way.
Perfect, thank you. And then I know our planner, Mr. Rowe, had mentioned that there is no long-term bike parking required under our current code. But I was wondering, since you were planning on having up to 700 employees within 3 years of opening the facility, whether you would consider putting in a facility that is long-term bike parking for those employees instead of having them use kind of the standard short-term bike parking that we do require for under code.
Okay. We will also take that under advisement. What we do have at most of our campuses, including Longs Peak and Broomfield, is we have bike lockers. So something beyond just the stereotypical bike racks where we have bike lockers. And we also have bike tools to really promote the bike travel. But appreciate that feedback, and we'll take that under advisement.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I guess just a comment that I have, and not necessarily a question, is for a lot of the roads, at least from the pictures, and pictures can be a little deceiving sometimes, the width of the road and specifically the lanes, I would hope for the internal traffic you will work to minimize the width of those lanes as much as possible. So that way vehicle traffic is designed and what's the best word I'm looking for? Encouraged to drive slower instead of kind of big giant boulevards that at least the ring looks like it's pictured that way, but obviously pictures can be deceiving. So that's my only other comment. But otherwise, thank you guys so much for the presentation.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Going to Councilmember Anderson.
Okay, thank you. I would like to hear part 2 of the underpass under Colorado 7 and the intent to like align with the property to the south. Is that in the plan that you have?
Yes, we will work with the landowners to the south on the planning of that. We've had multiple conversations with staff already on that. That is fully our intent, is to follow that plan.
Okay, and address the safety issues as you're building that underpass with lighting and whatever is necessary.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. That is good. I know the community is really, really excited about having that underpass. I have a question about the concept of the way that the road is laid out in a loop around the property. Is that a typical, I guess, have you done that anywhere else, or is that why the loop as opposed to just like the roads in and out? Is that?
So I'm not a traffic engineer, so I'm not going to pretend to be one, but we've worked with our civil engineers and our traffic engineers on that. We're looking, so as Councilman Ward pointed out, we want to have some traffic calming. We want to have the ability to reduce speeds in that area, but we want to be able to use to funnel people to the 4-lane roads where we can to move traffic in and out as expeditiously as possible. So that's part of the whole plan. That is still, again, this is a concept being developed, and we will have more as our traffic study finishes on how that'll work.
Okay, thank you. And then a question on the, I don't know if you covered this, the timing of the commercial, retail, hotel. Is that anticipated to be like simultaneously or following?
So right now, we're here really talking about the hospital portion of this, and that's the plan we're trying to move forward. We will come back separately with plans for going through the same exact process for the mixed use, the retail, and the residential as we bring this forward. But in a perfect world, yes, we, obviously, as was pointed out, you never know where the demand's going to be. We can say that we've had multiple developers already contact us with ideas and interests that want to look at that site and want to put things there. We want to work, we've made a commitment to work with the community, to work with the city to find not just any user, but the best, highest and best use for those sites. So we want to work with you. And ideally, the timing, we'd love them to be going on while we're building our hospital, because the last thing we want to do is build a beautiful hospital and then open and have the whole front be torn up because there's other construction going on. So in a perfect world, yes, they will run together.
Okay, thank you. That's good to hear. That's my questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Twist.
In our memo from staff, it mentions that the Preble Creek culvert, that this concept presumes that culvert is completed for underground conveyance across the property. I'm wondering who is completing that?
It's my understanding that IKEA actually already completed a lot of that work. Is that not correct? Okay, then go ahead.
Mr. Deaver is an excellent phone a friend.
Yes.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council. Matthew Deaver, City and County Engineer. The project will be required to complete Preble Creek improvements. The IKEA project completed roughly 60% of the culvert. What that design looks like will be up to the development team.
Okay. Also, it mentions the frontage road and uncertainty with that. And I'm wondering where you are in the process with CDOT.
So that's in the planning with our traffic study and with CDOT. We do not need that road, but we feel that if it is useful, we may be able to bring our ambulance entry to the back, our deliveries to the back, and keep them off the other roads. So we are exploring that option with both CDOT and our traffic engineers.
And then a question for staff. I'm wondering, since as of Friday, what agreements that were in place with IKEA are now, does any of that need to be renegotiated? Do they all carry over? What does that look like?
Councilmember, thank you for the question. Yeah, so there are a number of prior agreements. They were discussed in the memo, and I skipped over those during the presentation because they were pretty detailed. But yeah, so as this application moves forward, if the applicant moves forward after concept review this evening, we would meet with them and start to look through all the prior agreements and ensure that anything that needs to carry over in either amended or revised agreements or new replacement agreements would take place. And that has been flagged for the applicant already, that these are steps that we would have to go through. So I don't have specific examples, but it's on the radar.
Okay, thank you. Excellent.
Oh, that it? Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you. I'll follow up where Councilmember Twist left off. My general comment would be, as we renegotiate these cooperation agreements, I'm sure the staff will keep in mind that there was a difference between giving incentives to IKEA and giving incentives to a nonprofit hospital. As much as that hospital may be a benefit to the area, we still have to look at what we just talked about with property taxes. And the problem with property taxes is that these nonprofits don't pay property taxes. Does staff have anything to follow up with that?
Councilmember Lim, I think it's so to reiterate, nonprofits don't pay sales tax, property tax, or use tax. And that was one of the comments. And I apologize, I don't remember what council member it was. I think it was Councilmember Hinkle that had asked about the medical office buildings. If a medical office building is owned by a nonprofit hospital, that medical office building has the same exemption as the hospital. And I think it was Advent Health had indicated that they've taken under advisement that additional MOBs, medical office building, would not be owned by Advent, but perhaps could be owned by another entity that then would be revenue generating. Mayor Pro Tem, to your question, specifically about existing development agreements, and to Councilmember Twist, the development agreements. So there are two different existing development agreements. So the Advent Health past IKEA site is not part of the MDGA. So the MDGA, the Master Development Agreement, is for Reelberry and Baseline. There is a separate agreement for the IKEA site. They're vastly different, particularly when you're talking about reimbursement. So council that has been here for a long time, the mayor's been on this journey of discovering existing development agreements, categorizing them, inventorying them, having a full understanding of what the reimbursement agreements look like and what those triggers are and how we build that into the budget. That's part of the long-range financial plan. So two very different agreements that are in place. The IKEA site doesn't have the same level of reimbursement agreements that are in the MDGA on Baseline. So we'll have additional conversations. Mayor Pro Tem, I'm hoping that that answers your question with regard to the development agreements that would be in place.
Okay, thank you. I guess we're talking about the 3 hospitals in the area, so I was curious too, does Children's Hospital that already exists, does that pay any property tax?
They do not. Children's Hospital has an agreement with the developer who spoke tonight. It's called a PILT. The council's becoming very well aware of PIFs and bids and lids and A-lids. This is another agreement that is in place. So they pay property tax in lieu of property tax. That property tax goes to the metro district that Children's Hospital is located in. So we don't derive property tax from Children's Hospital either.
So we're assuming that there is not going to be any such PILT in place with either of these nonprofit hospitals that we are looking at currently, or is that unknown to Broomfield that would take place?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. A PILT wouldn't be in place because they are already exempt. So a PILT is in place with the developer and or city or county on the front end to be able to say it's part of that incentive agreement that the city and county of Broomfield at that time made an agreement with the developer to say we will forego property tax in order to bring Children's Hospital here. And then the agreement with the developer was in lieu of property tax, you will pay the metro district in which you will be located. So a PILT wouldn't be on the table for either one of these hospitals because they already have an exempt status.
Okay, thank you for that explanation. There is a statement in the memo that anticipates a future decision if either of these hospital applications were to come forward. So before we get into a quasi-judicial situation, could staff please explain the statement that neither LERC nor council can reject these development proposals based solely on the financial impact?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem Lim. This is Nancy Rogers, the city and county attorney. This is a land use, this will be land use applications. There's strict criteria in the code, as council is aware, of what our elected officials can utilize to determine the land use. As we've all heard this evening, there's multiple layers to this when we talk about recreation amenities and sales tax and tax increment financing and other options. When we're just looking at an application that a property owner says, I want to do this with my land, council is restricted to look at the criteria in the code. And there's not a criteria in the code that says the sales tax revenue, sales tax, property tax, use tax revenue that is received from the city and county of Broomfield from this land use. That's not one of the criteria. So that's why that line in the memo was included, that council cannot consider those implications in determining whether the land use decision is appropriate when looking at it from that quasi-judicial status based on the criteria in the code.
Okay, thank you. Certainly in that regard, though, I would hope that the developer understands that we would like the retail development surrounding this to go forward. Does staff anticipate that either development of either hospital actually would in any way, let me try again. Would the retail development around either hospital possibly compensate in its sales tax revenue for the loss of property tax associated with the nonprofit status of these hospitals? Do we have a ballpark idea?
Manager Hoffman?
We do not. And if I was to venture a guess, I would be wrong. And there will be many people that are writing down whatever it is, that range that we say. So I think the two questions. One, it comes back to what the resident had asked during that last call-in, not just from Advent, but from both hospitals about capacity. These are determining to be across the street from each other. So rather than from a revenue generating perspective, we can run some numbers to say to what degree and at what level would it have to occur? There's just so many variables. We don't know if the medical offices buildings would in fact be owned by the hospitals or if they would be sold. We don't know to what degree UC Health would be able to capitalize on the multitude of other acres outside of their hospital. Would they be selling off portions to private entities? So based on the calculations and just top of my head, really the calculations would be the hotel space, and then to varying degrees, square footage and what the square footage of the retail restaurants and or smaller shops would generate. So we could take an average square foot based on what we already know. Again, part of this is it's the trade-off piece. And so, Mayor Pro Tem, I wish I could give you a clearer answer of trade-off and kind of if the hospitals are the nexus, what is that ripple? How far out do you go on that ripple in order to collect and capture, if you will, what that revenue offset could be? That's just a very long way of saying, I don't know. And it would be very difficult for staff to distinguish. It would be a guess to do it for one. It would be a crystal ball to do it for two.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Moving on to Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks everyone for being here late at night. I know it's almost 9:30. I'm going to try to keep this really quick. We have a full house and it seems like a lot of people are excited about this hospital and just about the development in general. So I really appreciate you all being here. I do want to respond to Ms. Rumi Arakawa. Thank you for being here tonight. I will always support recreational sports, especially in my ward. So I appreciate you. I do like the idea that you are going to have workforce housing. I love the words condos and townhomes. We don't have enough of that. I would like to ask about the fire station. I know I did a ride along for about 3 hours with our North Metro Fire. Chief Doherty, would you speak to what this would do for that development and also for North Metro Fire? And I know that the different stations have different specialties. You know, for instance, we have one that deals with chemicals. We have another one that deals with tight spaces. I don't know all the technical terms for all of those. Is this one going to be special or is this more for storage? I know that you guys have a storage issue with all of your equipment too, so.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Thank you for the question. We're definitely very excited about this opportunity, the partnership. Getting here today to the point of having a partnership that's even possible is a testament to the city, to our partnership with City and County Manager Hoffman, Jeff Romine, and where we're at today is a great place. The station that we're looking at will definitely provide better response times into that community. That area is definitely at the edge of our ability to respond appropriately, to provide an effective response force to that area. And this is just watching the explosion of development in the area is certainly something that has driven this a little bit more quickly than we had anticipated in planning. And the timeline at which breaking ground for UC Health and for North Metro proposing that land being developed, they match very well. From a standpoint of what would be a technical specialty there, I don't know that there's going to be a specific specialty that we assign to that station right now. Station 66 off the Parkway is our tech rescue station. Station 67 over towards Louisville is our hazmat station. We have a fire truck, the actual ladder truck in North Glen, and then a number of other fire engines throughout the community, and then our medic units. This is certainly an area where we see development, higher density housing that will require more medical response. And then our proximity to the highway and the ability to get on the highway may change how we do deployments for those specialty teams in the future. But right now, what we're looking at is how do we get a fire engine and or a medic unit into that area more quickly to serve the community, cardiac arrest, stroke, car crash, structure fire, vehicle extrication, all of those things. It's time constrained.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Absolutely.
that. I hope that we can do whatever we can to support our firefighters and what they do in our community as well. I do like the fact that you included women's services, so I really appreciate that. And then I would like to know if staff can address in the area if there's going to be, I'm believing, the hotels nearby. Is that correct?
Thank you, Councilmember Henkel. I do need to correct a statement from earlier. As I looked at some records, there are a couple hotels with entitlements approved in the Palisade Park development that were never constructed, so they could move forward in the future. So there are hotels there, and then the hotels that were discussed with both applications tonight. So.
Great. And then by developing this first, would that trigger the hotels, or would the hotels go in first? I don't know who would know this. Maybe Garrett might know this.
Difficult to answer. I was listening to Evan's response, and I would say ours would be somewhat similar, where we'd want to develop the medical campus, so there was a need for hotels. So difficult to answer.
Okay.
We'd have to explore that further.
All right, thank you. And then one last question. This is more about metro districts, and it sounds like I really appreciate Councilmember Lim's question about property taxes, and then also Councilmember Twist's question about, the same agreements with IKEA or whatnot. So I would like to understand, I know that in that area, we do have a lot of overlapping metro districts. How many new metro districts are there going to be? Would paying into that metro district alleviate finances for the residents in the surrounding area and their metro districts? And maybe Mr. Baum, you can answer this. I don't know if you know.
I'm going to have Mr. Romine come down.
Okay, thank you. He's running.
Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, City and County Manager Hoffman. So there is a metro district currently on this site. It has been formed. It is in existence. They right now are not operating. It's a quiet district for lack of better. I don't know if the applicant would keep the metro district or not, because right now, obviously, as Manager Hoffman pointed out, they don't pay property taxes, and therefore the metro district wouldn't be receiving anything. As far as whether this would contribute to any other metro districts, the answer is no, unless unless something either formed or came onto the site. And that's really how it works. So it's sitting there. It would be up to them and whether they wanted to move it. More than likely, because of the property that might be developed to the western side of the property, it may stay in place to help with defer some of the infrastructure costs.
Okay, thank you. And then just in the future, if we could just, when the application comes through, I would like to see the overlapping of metro districts. So if we are going to build housing in that area, what metro districts are they being subjected to? Because that is taxes. And then are we adding more taxes with this new metro district, or is it getting paid by the hospital?
And again, just to add some clarity, Mayor, you don't put two metro districts on top of each other. So there's not an overlapping, they're next to each other. So as an example, the Palisade Park districts, Palisade North, 1 and 2, et cetera, they're all specific geographic areas. The overlapping that you may be thinking about is when there's an interaction between a metro district and a URA or something like that. But metro districts do not layer on top of each other.
Okay. I might have to look at somebody's taxing on that one, just because I have seen 7 metro districts, or there's also, fire, of course, needs their money, right? And we have schools, obviously, but on top of that, sometimes I feel like we're paying for infrastructure. Do we know how long that infrastructure will need to get paid as far as the metro district in this area?
At this point, the developer is proposing, as I understand it, that they'll be obviously building the infrastructure, whether they're going to use a metro district or not, or whether they're going to pay it out of their own pocket, as some have done in the past. I don't know which method they're going to prefer to use. What was being proposed before was probably different than what may be coming forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. And I hope that there is, like I said before, more communication between the north and the south side of Highway 7 between the two developers. You heard us talking earlier about the subterranean connections. That's more for a different property owner, I think. But within your district, making sure that we're in good communication and then we aren't draining our workforce in the area too. I know that it looks like it might be competing. I'm trying not to go there because I feel like we actually do have a lot of people in the area that would benefit from living and working in there. And I have used this example before with Children's Hospital. They live in those brownstones and they walk to work to the Children's Hospital and they walk back. And that actually helps on our transportation, cuts down on our transportation congestion. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any other feedback from my colleagues? Well, I love the proposal. I think it's wonderful how you can use the space that you need and share the rest and create a place to activate that parcel, because it is pretty large. It looks very, very promising, and I'm excited. I'm excited for both of them. I think that there are lots of medical corridors down south where there's more than one hospital, and as fast as we're growing, I know you all have seen the growth up there. I think there's room for everyone. And I want to thank you all so much for bringing this application forward. And I look forward to seeing you guys come back soon too.
Thank you,
Thank
Mayor,
you.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council. Appreciate it.
Thank you. We have one more item if y'all want to hang out with us. It's about waste services. So you can take a moment and leave if you don't want to. That's. Thank you. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right, thank you. Thank you for your patience. We had a full house and now we don't. Nothing like waste services to clear a room. Because it's so glamorous. Hi. So our final item tonight provides an update on residential waste services and recommended code changes. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, which I'll ask our staff to begin the discussion.
Thank you very much. Hot off his flight, we didn't know if he was going to make it here in time, but we sure appreciate it, is Barney Gordon. And he is he's our new Public Works Director. You all have met him before. And thank you, Councilmember Ward, for clarifying on the house. We'll have to update the pipe to a picture of the streets, Mr. Gordon. So joining us tonight and walking through this item, please start us off.
Very good. Thank you, everybody. I am happy to be here. It is my first presentation to council, and I tried to stick my hand out the window to get the plane to go a little bit faster, but they wouldn't let me, but made it in plenty of time. So good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and Broomfield leadership. As Ms. Hoffman mentioned, I am Barney Gordon. I'm the Public Works Director for the city and county. I'm here this evening to go over kind of two items. Basically, we're going to start out with an annual report of our residential waste services program that's been in operation for about a year. And then we're going to talk about some suggested ordinance changes that we will eventually bring back in April for our first reading, depending on how this evening goes. The intent of the ordinance 2242 remains the same. It's focused on 4 pillars, which is reducing landfill waste, encouraging recycling, providing predictable rates, and protecting public health and safety. I'm joined this evening with our sustainability team as well as representatives from Waste Connections. So hopefully we'll be able to answer any questions that you may have. So next slide, please. So we're going to start out with the residential waste services annual update. Once I'm through with the annual update, I'll pause. And if there's any questions on that, we'll keep going. Next slide, please. So the program launched in March of 2025. It provides trash and recycling services for residential properties with 7 units or less. And HOA properties are currently excluded from the program as long as they have a contract with a residential waste hauler. Next slide, please. So obviously, we did not do this in a vacuum. We did not do this by ourselves. We had some partners that we have been working with for quite a while that include EcoCycle, C3 Steps, and Resource Recycling Systems. We used a 3-phased approach to roll out this program over the last year. Phase 1 was awareness and education. Phase 2 was program rollout and participation. And then phase 3, of course, is ongoing engagement and support. Next slide, please. That first phase was in late 2024. The sustainability team hosted several events, saw 700 attendees at a hazardous waste event, and over 130 attendees at 2 different open houses. During that time, residents were encouraged to select their waste container size. We have three sizes that are available: a small unit at 35 gallons, a medium unit of 65 gallons, and a large unit of 95 gallons. So we were educating the public on what was most appropriate for them. Next slide, please. Phase two is a transition and preparation. So leading up to the launch, they focused on helping residents recycle campaign. This included 27 community member recycling champions, launched educational videos, clearly communicated cart removal fees and reimbursement processes. So it's very much an educational campaign at that point. Next slide, please. Since April of 2025, it's shifted more to a maintenance momentum. They distributed handouts on plastics, mailed senior-focused materials, and held specialized trainings for some of our older residents to help them reduce waste and potentially move to a smaller, more affordable cart sizes. Next slide, please. So to date, we have 8,307 residents that are enrolled in the program, representing 87% of those that are eligible. The 65-gallon cart, the medium-sized cart, is the most popular cart used by 4,690 households, and the program recycling rate is currently at 14.11%. Next slide, please. So residents who choose not to participate in the residential waste programs do have an opportunity to opt out of the program. There is a fee for that opt-out. As of February 2nd, there was 941 households that have opted out of the program, and we are actively managing about 424 of those accounts with outstanding balances. So that's something that we are currently working on. Additionally, about nearly 19% of our eligible residents are utilizing senior or veteran discounts. That provides them an extra 10% off of their residential waste services. To improve data gathering, so one of our big challenges is making sure that we have accurate data. We've streamlined the services charges, and the staff have launched a new intake form as recently as October. Next slide, please. As far as customer services, so we kind of have two different metrics to share. One of them is by Waste Connections themselves. They do take phone calls, and the next slide will be city and county staff's efforts. So our hauler, Waste Connections, has reported that after an initial 38 missed pickups at launch, only 3 have been reported since between November and January. So we did, a new program. We did have some missed pickups early in the program, but in that several month period, we only had 3 misses. Their call volumes have plummeted. During the beginning of the program, they were fielding around 2,600 calls per week in March of last year. Currently, they're fielding about 111 calls per week. The most common calls that they get regard cart size, carts, lids, debris, and extra recycling opportunities. Next slide, please. As far as our staff is concerned, our effort, the lift has been significant over the last year. Staff has responded to approximately 2,000 inquiries and dedicated over 1,900 hours to the program. The bulk of the questions that we receive as a staff, over 1,600 of them, were regarding opt-out bills and the general billing related questions. Next slide, please. So we do take transparency and accuracy seriously. After 2 residents flagged high charge rates, staff in coordination with Waste Connections did an audit that identified 425 incorrect transactions across 281 accounts. Waste Connections did correct that and issued over $6,500 in credit back to those accounts that were overcharged. And all of those have been taken care of. Next slide, please. So that's all I have for a report on the annual report over the last year. It is certainly still a work in progress, and we have quite a bit of work to do, but that's where we stand currently. can I answer any questions on this portion?
Sure, we can take questions on this part if anybody would like to go first. There's none. We can, oh, Councilmember Cohen.
I'll be first.
Okay,
I had lots of time to rest.
I know.
Could you clarify for me the 14% recycling rate, how that's calculated?
So does somebody want to help me with that one? So how it's calculated, I'm going to get some sustainability staff to come and help me out with that. I will say the 14.1% is slightly less than the state average, which is around 15%, and less than the Front Range average, which is around 17%. But I'm going to get some support on how it's actually calculated.
Thank you. Waste Connections. Tonnage. Yes.
So it's based on a report from Waste Connections, based on the tonnage that they collect versus the tonnage that they drop off at EcoCycle.
So it's a percentage of the total waste stream.
Correct. Correct.
Do we know how many residents are actually recycling them? So it doesn't reflect that.
It does not. It's not that granular of a calculation. Through our program, everybody does receive a recycling bin. So one of the things that we do certainly want to focus on over the next year to ensure that we have increased diversion rates is increased education.
Okay. So from being new, what was your impression of these stats? I don't know if you've run a program like this or have experience.
I have not run a program like this. My impression of these stats were disappointing, to be honest with you. With the program, one of the main purposes of this program is to increase diversion rates of recycling. So we have a long ways to go before we start meeting that. We are going to be working with Waste Connections to ensure that we have accurate information, accurate data. We have taken a tour of EcoCycle to make sure that we understand that piece as well. And we're going to start increasing some education of our residents as well.
Do we think that we do have, free recycling stations available in town? I know a lot of people utilize that. Is that having an effect on, or is that calculated into this?
No, this number right here is strictly from Waste Connections. We do have some things. It's a little bit premature to kind of announce them right now, but we do have some things in the works to increase our participation in our recycling centers, as well as take additional items that would normally be thrown in the trash. So
I do think education would be good. I know I have neighbors who did not know about the free recycling. So I'm frequently telling people, hey, you could be taking that over there for free.
yeah,
I'm sorry if I cut you off.
oh, that's okay.
And the other question is there any plans now that it's a year in and we've gotten through hopefully the billing issues and all that, the rough stuff, to go back to the people who've opted out and offer them an opportunity to opt in?
One of the things that we're going to be doing, because we do have quite a few accounts that are currently in arrears and not paying those opt-out fees, is to be reaching out to them more proactively to try and get them to participate. I know just this last month, we had twice as many people opting into the program than opting out of the program. So I think as you have turnover in the community, increased education, increased experiences, we are seeing our numbers grow for those folks that are in the program.
Okay. I don't know if, Waste Management or other companies are making pitches to people to switch to them or not, or if we're matching that with our own education to let people know. The total effect, not only the cost, but quieter streets and lower greenhouse gas and all those other positives that we were looking for. Okay. Thank you. That's all.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. Since it's been a year since we really had a full-on conversation about this, I want to go back to the 14.1% recycling rate. And can staff remind us if we had contemplated what we were anticipating, at least at the beginning or a year in, what our anticipated recycling rate would be?
So I'm going to look back to my team since I wasn't here a year.
Of course.
we're expecting to see a 2% increase over the last year. It's difficult. What I've learned here in Broomfield is it's difficult to actually track very granularly what our current diversion rates are. Part of the reason we went to EcoCycle to understand their program is to make sure that we understand and could get information from them as far as which Waste Connections trucks are dropping off at their facility, how much tonnage they're dropping off. Part of the difficulty is, you know, the trucks don't just stop in Broomfield, right? They might participate and pick up trash and recycling at other counties. So trying to suss that out has been a challenge for us.
And I appreciate that, but I want to clarify the 2% increase. What was our baseline, I suppose? Because I mean, 2% doesn't tell me anything. Okay.
Staff are researching that right now.
Great. I'll ask another question while they research that. As it relates to the accounts that are outstanding right now, whether that be they're not paying the opt-out fee or they are behind a number of 60, 90, 120 days. One, was that expected by staff? And two, are the numbers higher than we were anticipating or lower than we were anticipating or kind of right in line with what we were anticipating?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we anticipated that large of a number as far as the number that have opted out that haven't paid the bills, but I'm gonna.
Yeah, Mr. Gordon, just to jump in here, Councilmember Ward, we didn't know what to expect. So anticipating opt-out fee or whether they would pay or whether they, I mean, we didn't have a sense at all. And so I think it's fair to say that the recycling rate at 14% is lower than we had hoped, but not expected. Because again, we haven't done this before.
Okay, thank you. As it relates to the outstanding fees, what is the path forward that staff is going to take to address those? And what's the kind of step one? And then what's the ultimate step if payment's not made?
We've had a lot of discussions about those outstanding fees, and our intention currently is to, within the constructs of the current ordinance, is to very proactively reach out to those folks that are in arrears, share very specific information with them about the program, the benefits of joining, the fact that they do have some outstanding balances. And ultimately, if we're not able to collect it through those proactive individual outreach programs, then our only course of action right now is through some sort of collections process.
And so just as a reminder, Councilmember Ward, had we talked about having something similar to the water shutoff notices, and council said, no, we do not want to go to that route. So from an enforcement mechanism, there really isn't, there isn't a next level of enforcement other than voluntary compliance of pay your opt-out fee unless otherwise instructed.
Okay, thank you. I guess the next time, and hopefully it's not a year from the time we have another update on this, depending on what those numbers look like, maybe council will want to address that, but those are my only questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
I have a couple questions. One of them is those hard to recycle items. I'm one of those people driving around with a bin of styrofoam that I need to eventually get dropped off. Has there been a discussion of a facility here, like a place here in Broomfield, to drop off those hard to recycle items?
There has been. We've had some conversations with a group that operates in some surrounding communities. It's called, oddly enough, Sustainability. It's a great program. We've toured it a couple times. We are currently looking into how to bring them to Broomfield and revamp our recycling center that exists currently and be able to recycle an enormous amount of hard to recycle items. So we are currently looking at, my personal goal is to see if we can get something in place by the end of 2026.
Okay, thank you. That would be amazing if we could actually just go someplace local and drop off some of those items. Okay, and then on the one of the benefits that of getting people into this into the city trash program was to get some of these trucks off the road. That was a huge complaint that I heard in my non-HOA areas, and we sort of accomplished that, except for all of the opt-outs. Like, do we know how much of a reduction in truck traffic there has been on the roads? Do we have any way to gauge that based upon, like, are the opt-outs just like scattered around every single street, every neighborhood, or are they more concentrated? Like, are we benefiting there in any way?
Yeah, we're specifically bringing some recommendations for some specific types of properties, which we'll talk in the next portion, like agriculture properties, large properties, multi-unit properties, that many of those properties are choosing to opt out of the program for various reasons that we'll talk about. So we're hoping that, if we exclude those, we have about 8,300 residents that are currently in the program. So, I do see that as a success. We haven't, we can see if we can figure out what kind of truck traffic that might have reduced, but we don't have that information for you right now.
Okay, and I know it's hard. We don't know who's using it. We don't know if everyone who's opting out has a different hauler. Okay, yeah, hopefully we can make progress there to get down to that just single day garbage pickup, which so many of the residents wanted. And then on the opt-outs, did I hear you right that that you would or did periodically, try to find the people who are opting out to provide information to the benefits of the program? Was that something you're thinking of doing, or something that has been done?
So currently, those that opt out get a bill every month, and it does show how much they owe. That's built up over a few months for some of them. We haven't done as much proactive outreach to these specific individuals as I might like, but that's something that we're certainly going to ramp up over the coming months, over the next several months for this program.
Okay, so something could be included in that bill to show the benefits of joining the program.
Correct.
And then, okay, yeah, so I was just wondering, I would love to know if, like, I know there was some frustration and kind of like the government overreach piece of it, and how much of the opt-outs are just, I want my own provider, or is it cost, or is it just really that preference for their current operator? Because there was some concerns as we switched over to another operator. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's difficult to determine the motivations for some folks. I think all of those items that you listed are certainly part of that. We have quite a few folks that are, a month in arrears, but that could be turnover in the housing level. Those that are 120 days or longer, more than likely they are just simply resistant to join the program. One of the things that we have talked about as a staff is doing a survey of the residents, both those who are participating in the program, to get their take on how well the program is working. Since I've been here, we've actually had a lot of very positive comments on it, including folks that are acknowledging that it's cheaper than the services they had. But I also want to survey those that are opting out to try and get that kind of information and help understand that situation a little bit better.
Anecdotally, Councilmember Anderson, when we do a juxtaposition, when we're talking about cost, are they not paying the opt-out fee because they can't afford it? When we look at the utility bill, if they're behind on the utility bill, kind of doing that juxtaposition, one would inform the other. And we're not finding that correlative. So back to kind of the default of the choice is being made to opt out, not because of the cost. Because we do have that data point that indicates there isn't correlation.
Oh, yeah, thank you. That's actually helpful. And I was thinking, cost from someone who is, I know there's some people that want multiple garbage cans, which is opposite of what we're trying to do as we're trying to reduce the amount of trash, but also just, I don't know, we'll see if there's, if they're somehow getting a better deal from the current operator over the city rate, if that was any reason why somebody was choosing not to do this.
Yeah, we did look at the multi waste container issue and that's actually one recommendation that we had a conversation with the ACES committee. Ultimately, we're not bringing that to city council tonight because once we started looking into it, there was really only 13 actual requests for a second 95-gallon trash bin. And those were, I think, more at the beginning of the program when they weren't quite sure what they would need. Or they might be some of the large properties or ag properties that, a single 95 bin can is not going to support. So the multiple trash units or trash cans isn't something that we felt was actually a desire in the community any longer.
Okay, that's actually good to hear only that there's only 13 people requesting that. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Councilmember Brown.
Well, thank you, Mr. Gordon, and to the entire sustainability team who have made this program what it is today and providing this update tonight. So I have two questions. One, can you speak to how our experience here in Broomfield, like 1 year in, is comparing to what our surrounding municipalities have seen, given that you've worked closely with others in the area to model this program and how you've designed it and implemented it? I think that might help some of my council colleagues here understand things like expected program recycling rates and number of opt-outs and that sort of thing, if you can speak to that.
Yeah, so I don't have, there's quite a bit of data that we could share with that, of course. We did look at the diversion rates of our neighboring communities, and we do have data as far as different programs. Some folks run the programs internally through the municipality. Some of them, there is no opt-out feature. So there's a lot of different programs that our community members have. As far as the state diversion rate, we're at 15.7. Front range is at 17.1, so we are lower than those two areas. So I do have that data point for you. If there's specific other data points, we might be able to get those for you, but I don't know if the team has anything to share with their conversations that they've had with other communities that are running programs. So that's all the information we have for you right now.
Okay, thank you. If you think of anything after the fact, feel free to send it our way. We love data.
Yeah.
So last question is, I think it's slide 11-ish in the deck. You're speaking to the staff workload and capacity. I was just wondered if you could talk about how you've approached those additional FTEs that you thought you were going to need a year ago and how it's worked out in supporting the program.
Sure. So most of these hours are from Susie back here. We didn't add a FTE. Yeah, so we haven't added an FTE. This was all absorbed within the team for those additional hours. The workload has come down quite a bit. Other than the opt-out billing process, that is still very manual that we're doing right now and very heavily relied on by the by the sustainability team. But fielding service calls and questions from the community has died down considerably. So I think we're okay as far as FTEs to support the program as it currently exists. And we are continuing to work on making the billing process more efficient.
Thank you. Yeah, I really wanted you to speak to that because I remember being in here and people specifically calling out that additional FTE line item and they were like, we don't want to pay for people for a service we don't want, and so thank you.
Yep.
All right, thank you. Any other questions from my colleagues on this first part? I did talk to the mayor of Arvada recently, and I told her we were at 86% participation. She goes, "That's good. They had like a 25% opt out. So at least that's a win." All right, continue on.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor. And as far as my last comment on that last piece, I'm excited to really work with the team, dig into the data, work with Waste Connections to understand the data and get better data for us to be able to share. And I think we're going to get a lot of benefit from the community surveys that we're planning to share out in the community, and certainly we'll share that information with City Council as well. All right, so moving forward, staff has several recommendations to refine the program. As mentioned earlier, the intent of Ordinance 2242 remains focused on those four pillars, which is reducing landfill, encouraging recycling, providing predictable rates, and protecting public health and safety. Next slide, please. The changes to these recommendations are designed to enhance the administrative efficiency, reduce resident burdens, and clarify the rules of the road. Next slide, please. The recommendations that we are going to make, and we'll talk about each of these individually, is to, as I mentioned before, exclude those agricultural properties, exclude the large lot homes, exclude multi-unit buildings with three or more units in them, require HOAs to confirm their status annually, and clarify the opt-out fee applicability and responsibility. And again, our intention is to, once we get feedback from City Council, is to bring this back for first reading on April 28th. Next slide, please. So the first one is those agricultural properties. They do have unique disposal needs. There's 25 properties in our community that we are currently looking at. Right now, there's 40% of those have already opted out of the program. You know, agricultural properties, as you can imagine, have just a different need than a residential property. Any of these folks that we're recommending to waive the opt-out fee for, they obviously can stay in the program. They can voluntarily join the program. We would have to update the ordinance and communicate those out to the properties. Staff does recommend that any bills that are currently in arrears for these properties, that those remain the responsibility of the owners. Next item, please. Next slide. Item 2, large lot homes. So we looked at the data for large lot homes, those being homes that are 5 acres or more. Similar to the agricultural properties, the trash needs, the recycling needs are different. Many of these folks have large containers, or they have dumpsters on their properties. There's 22 properties in Broomfield that we currently are looking at with 5 acres or more. 59% of those have already opted out of the program. Again, similar to agricultural properties, they will always have the opportunity to opt into the program if they want. We're just going to recommend that we waive that opt-out fee for these residents. Any outstanding balances, we do suggest that they remain with the properties. Next item, please. Multi-unit buildings. So right now, basically any unit that's 8 units or more, we opt out of the program. We are suggesting that we reduce that to 3 units or more. So if we have a building, you know, a duplex would still be required to participate in the program or pay that opt-out fee. But any buildings with 3 or more units in them, we would waive that fee. There's 29 properties that we're currently looking at. 52% of those in those categories have already opted out of the program. There's a lot of problems with these properties with space for cans. You know, if you have a 5-unit property, that's 5 trash cans, 5 recycle bins. It becomes a space issue, especially since parking around these units is a challenge. So that's one of the primary motivators for these larger properties. The next item is HOA identification. So one of the things we've learned in the last year is we have a really difficult time understanding how many HOAs operate within the city and county of Broomfield, as well as who the proper contact information is for these folks. HOAs are not required to participate in the program. They're not charged an opt-out fee as long as they have a contract currently for a waste hauler. So we've identified 91 HOAs in the community. We've only received the contract for 18 of those. So our suggestion is to require them to maintain registration in DORA. They have to register there initially, but by maintaining that registration, we would know which ones are operating within the city, as well as who the proper contact information or proper contact folks are for that. So that would require an ordinance change as well. Item 5, an opt-out fee applicability and responsibility. The current ordinance is not clear on who actually is responsible for the opt-out fee, whether it's the resident or the property owner. And it's not clear as to whether the opt-out fee is per unit or per building. So our recommendation is to clarify that the property owner is ultimately responsible for the opt-out fees if they choose not to participate. Of course, they can always require their tenant to pay for that, but our recommendation is going to be that the property owner is responsible for it, and it applies per unit, not per building. Next slide, please. And those are our 5 recommendations for updates to the ordinance, again, that we'll bring back in April for first reading. So we would love to have some feedback from City Council on these thoughts, as well as any additional thoughts that City Council has for us.
Thank you very much, Barney. I appreciate all of your work on this. And we'll get hopefully some good fixes for the folks that this isn't serving. Who wants to go first? Oh, Mayor Pro Tem Lim.
Thank you. I approve the direction the staff and ACES is indicating with these 5 changes. I do have a question on number 4. It's very interesting that we discovered that there's a registry with DORA. I can think of many times where we've wanted to know something about all the HOAs in Broomfield and didn't have that information. So this would be useful, I think, in lots of instances. Are we clear that there would be the capability in this DORA registry of like just having a field where the HOA indicates, yes, we have a waste contract, and yes, it has recycling, because it's not only that it has a waste contract, it's the qualification is that it has recycling also.
Thank you for that question. So the DORA registry doesn't have that specific information, but it would help us with is knowing which HOAs exist within the city and county, as well as who the proper contact information is. Right now, they register there and they don't have to maintain that registration. So we have a few different choices. You know, we could require them to register with the city and county of Broomfield and set up our own system. But our feel is that since DORA already exists for HOAs, that it would just be more appropriate for us to recommend that they maintain that annual registration in the program. Once they maintain that annual registration of the program, then we can reach out to each specific HOA, make sure that we have contracts and the appropriate contact information for those folks.
But do I understand correctly that it's still voluntary for them? I mean, there's no enforcement mechanism for us in the city and county of Broomfield to make them register with DORA. Is that correct? Or there's no state mechanism to make them register with DORA?
That is correct. There is no mechanism to require them to register. If this is the direction City Council wants to go, we would certainly work with the Attorney's Office to determine how we can best implement that and require HOAs to register with DORA, and then what penalties might exist if they don't. And you know, that'll be a conversation that we'll have with the City Attorney's Office.
I think
Okay.
Manager Hoffman has something to add.
I think we need some more conversation on that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Those are my questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Delgadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. Do any of these changes we're proposing pose any threat to the viability of the contract we have or the viability of this program going forward?
None of the changes that we are proposing would violate the contract with Waste Connections. This is purely the city side as far as how we manage the opt-out programs. The amount of funds that we collect, number one, the funds that we collect from the opt-out fees is not something that we use to maintain the program. It's not something we use to make profit or anything like that. So we wouldn't be losing any revenue that's supporting an FTE, for example. The amount of money that we're talking about is maybe $6,000 a year for these specific carve-outs for these opt-outs.
Okay, great. Yeah, I was looking at the numbers and I thought by the numbers, it doesn't seem like that's a threat, but it's good to know we're not in violation of any contracts. This is purely on our side, so that's great. And then I echo the Mayor Pro Tem's comment about getting some teeth behind that. The HOAs needing to report the status of their contract. Otherwise, I'll give direction, which is that I do really like these changes. I think they're very sensible, and I think we should move forward with them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Ward.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions really, since I was curious about opt-out, not the opt-out, the enforcement mechanism for the HOAs, but since you all need to have conversations with the city and county attorney's office, we will wait to see what you all come up with. I will just say I maintain, my personal thought is HOA should be included, but that's my personal opinion. So in terms of direction, I am fine with what you all have proposed.
Thank you. Councilmember Cohen.
Thank you, Mayor. Couple quick small questions on, and I don't know if this is a big issue, but how do we handle vacant residences? So if people are only here for 6 months out of the year, I assume they don't maintain a trash service or other services during that period. Would we require them to opt out for that 6 months if they're not here inhabiting the home at that time?
So they're either in the program or they're not in the program. So if they are opted out of the program, those fees would still apply even if the house is vacant, and that would become a responsibility of the property owner based on item 5. If they are in the program, they can do they can have their services stopped for 6 months.
So the incentive there is to join the program. You still have to pay an opt-out even if you're not in the home without services.
Correct. So if they were not in the program, joining the program, opting out for 6 months, and I believe they can only do that once, would be their remedy.
Okay. In terms of the delinquent accounts, I'm just curious, does Broomfield ever do municipal liens? Tax collection?
Councilmember Cohen, if you remember, we had pretty in-depth conversations about what teeth would look like, similar to water notices and shut-off notices and filing liens. Historically, that is not something, again, with such a high compliance rate and such an amenable utilities team that works on payments. Do we have access to municipal liens? Yes.
It's something we might consider for extreme delinquents.
We voted against that.
Yeah, yeah.
That was council's direction.
Okay.
Currently, the ordinance specifically prevents shutting off water or doing a
Right.
lien for
That
the
would be
opt-out
different
fee.
than a lien, but are we an outlier in that, or other communities using liens? Our neighboring communities?
We could look into the trash portions of it. They certainly do for water, for utilities.
So that could be something considered if we wanted to revisit it. And the last question on HOAs, my understanding is HOAs have to register a door if they want to enforce their own liens or their own covenants. They can't make a collection if they haven't registered. That's, my understanding, that's the incentive. I don't know if we need to remind our HOAs of that, or maybe they're doing it anyway and no one's watching that.
I know the DORA database is not completely up to date with current information.
It is not.
So it's not being enforced probably. Okay, thank you very much. Otherwise, I support the changes.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Do you know what the recommended changes, how that changes the overall compliance rate? Is that a significant impact on compliance?
Yeah, it's not. It's a very small number of folks that we are really referring to as far as opting out of the program.
Okay.
Less than 100.
Okay, that's helpful. And then, on the large lot homes, the greater than 5 acres, is this like excluding all of, like, is that kind of like the Wilcox Spruce Meadows area? And it wouldn't be mixed in, or would it be like some lots there are 5 and some are 4, and so some would be excluded? Because one of the big factors was you want to hit every single house on a route as opposed to skipping. So if we,
They're also agricultural zoned, so they would be in that. Cox is A1 agricultural, so that's one of the categories where.
okay, I'm not sure if, well, I thought the agricultural properties was 25. I thought that was Sunny Slope Estates.
So Cox is agricultural.
Is also agricultural as well. Okay, so there's only 25 total. Okay, because I'm just wondering, just want to make sure that we're not like mixing and matching, and they're like, this property is just under 5 acres that now we're still required. Like, is this excluding like the entire larger property areas?
So in the memo, there's some breakdowns of the specific property sizes that we're looking at. There are, of course, some agricultural properties that also meet that 5 acre threshold as well. So, they would fall into both categories, if you will. Our recommendation, based on the numbers, the number of properties, the number of folks that are already opting out of the program, is properties of 5 acres or more that we do not charge an opt-out fee for them.
Okay. That sounds good. And yeah, I agree with the recommendations, and I think that was all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Twist.
Thank you. I would like to say that I am an enthusiastic user of this program. It has made a significant difference in my neighborhood. There are noticeably fewer trucks on my street every day. There are fewer trash cans every single day of the week on my street. It is less expensive than the service that I had before. I understand that there were some hiccups in the beginning, as any transition, experiences, but the level of service has been exceptional. And I really, really appreciate staff and everyone who helped put this program into place. One of the first things that I did when I moved into my non-HOA neighborhood 10 years ago was talk to my city council member and say, why on earth are there 8 different trash companies operating inside my little neighborhood? It blew my mind. And I frankly don't understand a lot of the resistance to the program. I am very happy, very supportive. I agree with moving forward with all of the recommendations that you've made. I think they all make sense. And I am also willing to look at more teeth for non-compliance of paying opt-out fees or for HOAs. And for the record, I would have voted for HOAs to be included as well. So, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Anyone else? Ms. Councilmember Brown, you support the staff recommendations for the amendments? I didn't think you get a check. Okay, I just want to check. So everybody's okay with the staff recommendations. I just want to say, I got a lot of compliments too. When I was out in the community, the people that are complaining about other things, they're like, but I love the trash. Like you get that surprise. I'm like, oh, I thought you just hated everything. So it's really kind of cool. And I appreciate considering these agricultural rural properties because I get a lot of those complaints from the Wilcox community, upwards of Baseline, those ranches that are still there. They have their own dumpsters for their huge amounts of agricultural waste, and that's how they have to deal with it. So this is great to provide that, break for them since they can't really take advantage of this service. So I appreciate all of your work on this. And I guess you have direction to move forward.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate the opportunity to come and speak to this tonight. The hard work over the last year has been the sustainability team.
Guys,
Yes.
I give you some applause.
Susie primarily is the customer service and she is great at talking folks off the ledge sometimes. And I apologize if I didn't have all the answers. It's tough coming into a program at the end of it and giving a presentation, especially with the loss of one of our sustainability staff that we're working on replacing. But I appreciate the city council's patience and I look forward to continuing to work on this program.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all very much. That concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. Is there any other business to come before the council from my colleagues or staff? There being no further business,